This is the November 9th City Council meeting. Councilor Adrian. Councilor Capone?
Here.
Thank you. Councilor DePiero?
Present.
Councilor Hanlon?
Here.
Councilor Lee?
Here.
Councilor Marchese?
Here.
Councilor Martins?
Here.
Councilor Matusky? Councilor McLaughlin?
Present.
Councilor Napolitano?
Here.
President DeFlorio?
Yeah.
Councilor Adrian, so that's 10 members present, 1 absent. We do have a quorum.
We do have a quorum. If you could please join me in saluting the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
Of the United States of America,
of
and to the republic which
Always stand, one nation, under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
and
with liberty
for all.
and justice for all.
I have, before we start, I have a few announcements to make. One is, unfortunately, Councilor Wayne Matusky is unable to attend. His brother passed away. And I would like to have a moment of silence. And our heart goes out to entire family. So a few minutes, moment of silence. Okay, the other announcement I have is that if this meeting goes over 4 hours, at approximately 10:45, we're gonna call for a short recess and we will return because after 4 hours, I think Zoom automatically goes off until we reboot again. So I also have another comment to make. And I want to read something before we start the meeting. Before we begin this evening, I would like to address the challenges we faced at our meeting held on October 26th that resulted in an early adjournment. Frustrations grew throughout the meeting over the antiquated technology infrastructure that has thrown multiple obstacles in the way of our ability to provide remote access to our meetings during the pandemic. We allowed those frustrations to get the better of us, and we took them out on one of our colleagues. During this current public health crisis, no member of this body should be made to feel that they are derelict in their duties by choosing remote participation, as currently allowed by the open meeting law. The health of our members, their families, and all Everett residents must be our priority of a paramount concern at this time. As a body, our responsibility now is twofold. We must commit the resources necessary to upgrade the technology that we currently require to conduct the business of this council during a pandemic. We must also begin anew to work together to serve the people of Everett. And now if the clerk would please read the first order of business.
Yes, Madam President.
Madam President, before we go to the first item,
Yes, Councilor Capone.
thank you, Madam President. I was looking at the agenda, and I know that we have a lot of the items that we already acted on the previous meeting, like items 1 through 3 were already acted on, and items 7 through 13. And I don't, they're here again. I don't think that, I know that the tape is missing of that meeting, but the votes aren't invalidated, I wouldn't think. Perhaps the clerk has a record of that. Maybe we could ask the city solicitor if the clerk would just read into the record those items instead of having to do it over again.
Right.
I don't know if we can vote on the stuff we've already acted on.
Yes, I agree with you, Councilor Capone, but I just had them put it on just so that because the tapes are missing, I just said, let's put it on all over again and we can have a ruling from the city solicitor. And the other thing, I'm sorry to interrupt you in the middle of a vote. I'm going to do roll call on everything tonight because I'm unable to see the yeas and nays. When you're in front of me, it's easy. So everything is going to be roll call. So the motion is you want to invite City Solicitor Colleen Mahia. Do I have a second?
Second, Madam President.
Second.
Okay, roll call to invite the city solicitor Colleen Mahia.
Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor Piero,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon, Counselor Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marchese,
Yes.
Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin, Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
and President DeFlorio.
Yes,
See nine, yes. So you have invited the
10 yeas. Councilor Capone, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Solicitor, as you see on the agenda, the items that are there, items 1 through 3 were public hearing items, and items 7 through 13 were already acted on by the council. And the clerk should have a record of that. I don't think it's, and I'm asking your opinion, I don't think it's proper to retake that vote, because just because the tape is missing doesn't invalidate that vote. We do have a public record of those votes. Would it be as simple as having the clerk read the action taken on each of those items as we move forward, rather than taking a second vote on them?
I agree with you, Councilor Capone, that there's already a record established. So I would advise that you read the agenda items and probably just, make a motion that there's no action necessary because the action was already taken.
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
Madam President, on that motion, on that topic,
Yes, Councilor McLaughlin.
can I just ask that if we're going to read the items that the city solicitor just said, does the clerk have the information in front of him to state what actions we took on the items in full transparency for the people at home that did not get the opportunity to see our motions or votes? Is that a possibility tonight to at least
That
hear
would-
what we did?
That would be up to the clerk to answer that. And
Sure.
please, councilors, if you're not speaking, please put yourself on mute. I would appreciate it. Only the person that's speaking should be allowed to speak, and then mute yourself. All right, thank you. City Clerk, can you answer that question for the council, McLaughlin, please?
I can. We only made it to item number 13. Yes, Councilor Capone, we took items 1 through 3, but remember, we opened those public hearings and we allowed them to extend till tonight. So those are still actionable items this evening. If you recall, we needed to hold it because we couldn't hold the hearings, if you remember. And tonight we should have access for the public to hold those hearings. So yes, you're right on 1 through 3, but they're not final. And the other votes, yes, there weren't very many, and I have them here. They were all taken in roll call, and I can read what the roll call was if you'd like, but they've already been done. We just didn't feel comfortable not putting them on just because of what happened, just so you know why we did that.
So, Madam President, can we ask that the clerk does do that this evening on these few items that we did vote on at our previous meeting? Thank you.
Yes, that's fine, but we do have to open the public hearing. So,
Would you like me to read the items first?
yes, please.
So we're going to start with item number 1. Madam President, in accordance with the provisions of Article 5 Administrative Code of the Charter of the City of Everett, the City Council hereby amends the Administrative Code as follows. Section 3, multiple member bodies. P, School Finance Review Commission. And Section 4, Executive Administration. P, Transportation and Mobility Department. I, Director of Transportation and Mobility. I would need a motion. We've already opened the hearings from the last meeting. I would like someone to continue the hearing.
Make a motion that we continue the public hearing on item number 1.
Second?
Roll call.
Yes, Counselor Adrian.
What's the motion?
It's, excuse me, sorry, it's to reopen the public hearings from the last meeting. We had a holdover,
Oh, yes.
if you recall. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Counselor Piero.
Yes.
Hanlon,
Councilor Hanlon.
Counselor Lee.
Yes.
Counselor Marchese. Counselor
Yes.
Counselor Martin.
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
President Florio,
Yes.
and I'll ask for Counselor Hanlon again.
Councilman Allen's in the room with me and he said yes.
Yep, thank you, Counselor.
So 10 years. So the motion is to open the public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Just stay right there.
Yeah.
When they ask you, just click it once, so we'll say unmute, and then you talk.
So we can ask Jean if anybody's in the waiting room looking to talk about the administrative code specific to the School Finance Review Commission and the Administration, Transportation, and Mobility Director. That would be what this public hearing is specifically for.
I should open the public hearing first. And Jean, is there anybody in the room? For the public hearing? Well, either way, it still has to be open first. So
We opened the meeting, President.
we
can-
opened it. Okay. I'm not hearing from Jean, so.
Hello?
Yes, Jean,
Yep, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, I'm gonna start bringing them in one by one. This is the mostly for the mayor and the school committee. Hold on one second.
No. Wait a minute, Jean. Wait a minute. This is not public participation. This is on a public hearing on item number 1.
Okay.
Public hearing, not public participation.
Okay, I believe all of these calls are for public participation then, so
Okay,
I'll continue screening them and I'll meet you back at the public participation.
okay. So,
Madam President, seeing that there is no call-ins for item number 1, I'd make a motion that we close public participation on item number 1.
it's a public hearing, and I have to ask 3 times who's in favor. I'm gonna ask 3 times who's in favor, and I'm gonna ask 3 times who's opposed, so we can't close it yet. Anybody in favor of this petition?
Aye.
Anybody in favor of this petition? Anybody in favor of this petition? Hearing none? Anybody opposed to this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Hearing none? The motion,
Motion to close?
Second the
the
motion.
motion is to close a public hearing on item number 1. Do I have a second?
Second, Madam President.
Roll call vote, please.
Public hearing, Counselor Adrian. Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor Piero,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Counselor Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Marchese,
Yes.
Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
and President DeFlorio.
Yes,
Thank you. That would be 9 members. You
9 yeas, 0 nays. We have closed public participation, public hearing. Clerk, please read item number 2.
before we do that, would you like? Are we going to just hold this over and wait for information, or are you going to take action on this item? Right.
Oh, yeah, that's,
Before we move on, just it's up to the council. If you want to keep just doing the public hearings, see if anyone's in the waiting room, we can do that, and then go back to them and you just table, if that makes it easier.
I thought it would make it easier for all of us to vote, all 3 at once, where if there is someone in the audience that want to speak on it, but I know once we close the public hearing, nobody else can speak on it. So whatever the body would like to do, I will, it's the will of the body.
Madam President, I think we should take all all items 1, 2, and 3. See if there's any public comment. If not, then close public participation on public hearing on them, and then we can discuss them as a body.
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
I have a second on that. Roll call, please.
Cool. Madam President, on that
Yes.
motion, we went through 6 of the public hearings, right?
Yes, Councilor Capone, and actually number 6 is a duplicate, so we actually don't need to take that one. I know it says the wrong address, but it actually is the same as number 4. It was just an addition.
Okay, I think the motion take items 1 through 3 and then go, right?
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't we just call the public hearing if we're going to do that then?
1 through 5 we should take.
That's correct, Council Capone's correct. Items 1 through 5. Excuse my motion.
So the motion will be to take items 1 through 5. We're gonna read them all and then we're gonna do the public hearing on all of them or just one individual at a time?
I think you have to do them one at a time.
That's
but
right.
I think that the motion was to read each one and go through them and then close them out.
Okay, I'm
then-
I want to clarify that. Okay, so the motion is to go through 1 through 5. Well, we've already done 1, 2 through 5. And I do have a second. Roll call vote on that, please.
Let's take 1 through 5. All right. To open all 1 through 5. So Councilor Adrian,
Yes.
Capone,
Yes.
Councilor Reparo,
Yes.
Councilor Ham,
Yes.
Councilor Lee,
Yes.
Councilor Martins,
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano,
Yes.
and President DeFlorio. Madam President, just on you.
Yes,
Thank you. 10 yeas, 0 nays. You have taken 1 through 5 collectively.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Okay, clerk, please read item number 2.
Item number 2, Madam President, is that the City Council adopt the layout plan for Air Force Road as shown on the Air Force Road Definitive Subdivision Plan dated January 7, 2020, approved by the Planning Board on February 10, 2020, and accept Air Force Road as shown on such plan as a public way and release and terminate the existing easement and existing easement and accept the amendment to the grant of easements from 65 Norman Street LLC executed by it as of July 1st, 2020. Item number 3 is order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio in accordance with the provisions of Article 5 Administrative Code of the Charter of the City of Everett. The City Council hereby amends the Administrative Code as follows. S, Subdivision S, Diversity, Equity, and Equal Opportunity Commission. Item number 4 is a petition offered by Council President DeFlorio that Extenet proposes to attach a small cell antenna along with all required equipment and fiber for its operation to an existing utility pole in the right-of-way located at 52 Glen Street with electricity connection. And finally, item 5 is a petition offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves a petition by Extenet to attach a small cell antenna along with all required equipment and fiber for its operation to an existing utility pole in the right-of-way located on 94-96 Glen Hill with electricity connection.
It's your pleasure, councilors.
Room.
Open public hearing on item number 2.
I have a motion.
Second.
Item number 2, and I have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Just for, would you like to open all the public hearings together? Then we can.
No, I think you should do them
Yes, we
individually.
should open all of them together. That is what I asked originally as my motion.
I think you should do them individually, but I defer to the city solicitor.
I believe we should do them individually also.
Item number 2. I'll take the roll call. Counselor Adrian to open the public hearing.
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Shapiro,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Counselor Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marchese, Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have so opened the public hearing for item number 2, Madam President.
For item number 2, is that, Jean, do we have anybody in for the public hearing?
We do not, as of now. We still have 23 people on the queue, but I believe they're all calling in for the public participation portion. I haven't been able to screen all of them, just to give you a heads up, so I'm still in the process of that.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask 3 times. Anybody in favor of this petition? Is anybody in favor of this petition? Is anybody in favor of this petition? Hearing none?
Sorry. So when are they supposed to stop you?
Yeah, Jean will.
Okay.
Yeah, Jean will let me know who's in the queue, yes. Anybody, I'm sorry, anybody opposed to this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Hearing none?
Motion to close public hearing on item number 2.
I have a
Second
motion.
motion.
Public hearing on item number 2, and I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilor Adrian,
Yes.
Councilor Capone,
Yes.
Burrow,
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Marchese, Dr. Matusky, sorry, Councilor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Martin, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Martins, that was my mistake. Thank you, Councilor. That'd be 10-0, Madam President. You have closed the public hearing.
We have closed public hearing on item number 2. Clerk, please read item number 3.
You just need to open the public hearing.
Madam President, item number 3, if I recall correctly, didn't we refer that back to administration?
Yeah, so I, again, if I could, Council Capone, Bishop Brown spoke with me today. So he asked to postpone this for another 2 weeks, but we should open the public hearing just in case anyone is there to speak on it. And it was asked to postpone for 2 more weeks so they could get a little more time to, they had to tweak something in it. I don't know what, but I spoke with him this afternoon, just so you know.
Okay, so I'm fine with that. My only question is, if we referred it back to the administration at our last meeting, is this a new piece that was put on, or is this the old piece? Because then there'll be no action.
It was the old piece. It's on
Yeah,
the number.
It's the old piece or the new piece?
Old, same item number.
So if it's an old piece, we've already referred it back to the administration. This
You
would
can
be where no action would be necessary.
Yeah, so we'll accept it as referred back then, and then we'll just repost it for a public hearing again.
Yeah, I don't think it would be proper to open public hearing on it because it's technically not in front of this body.
Okay, yeah, that's what we should do. Thank you, Council.
Okay, so
Sure.
item number 3, motion,
No action necessary.
no action necessary. Do I have a second?
Second that motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilor Adrian,
Yes.
Councilor Capone,
Yes.
Councilor Carroll,
Yes.
Councilor Lee,
Yes.
Councilor Marchese, Councilor Martin, Councilor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio,
Yes.
and Councilor Marchese, you just got to unmute yourself. I do see you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor. That would be 10-0 for no action.
So 10 yeas, 0 nays. Item number 3, there was no action taken. Clerk, please read item number 4.
Item number 4. I've already read. We're going to open up the public hearing.
Yeah, so moved. Motion to open public hearing on item number 4.
Second motion.
I have a motion to open public hearing on item number 4, and I do have a second. Roll call vote, please. Did we already? We didn't take that vote yet. No, roll call.
Right now, to open the hearing, Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor DePiero,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Counselor Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marchese, Counselor, thank you, Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have opened the
10
public.
yeas, 0 nays. We have opened the public hearing. I have to, Gene, I'm sorry, but I do have to keep asking you to make sure. Is anybody in the room for a public hearing on item number 4?
I do not think so. No.
Okay, so I will ask 3 times. Anybody in favor of this petition? Anybody in favor of this petition? Anybody in favor of this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Hearing none, that,
Motion to close public hearing on item number 4.
I have a motion
Second that.
to close public hearing on item number 4, and I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor DePiero,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marchese,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin, Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes,
10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 years, 0 nays.
Madam President, sorry, can I make a motion to suspend the rules and take item 16 for the promotion of the firefighters that are waiting on the line for us?
We already have, I'm sorry, we just have to read item number 5, and I believe item number 6, that motion's already on the table, so after that, you can make that recommendation, no problem. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you, Councilor Martin, thank you. That would be after public participation, by the way.
Item number 5 has been read. It just needs to be opened as a public hearing. Now that we closed the law.
Did we vote on number 4?
You just closed it.
Yeah. So we have to, are we carrying it over?
Remember,
Okay.
you've been just decided to take them all and then vote on them right after you did the public hearings, if you remember.
Right,
Okay.
so,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
so we need a motion to, for number 5, is that correct?
Correct.
Make
So
a
moved.
Do I have a second?
second.
Okay, so clerk, please read the vote on item number 5 to open it to, for public hearing.
Okay, Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor DePiero,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Counselor Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marchese,
Yes.
Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes,
All right, 10 yeas, 0 nays. You have so opens public hearing.
10 yeas, 0 nays, gonna open public, hearing. Anybody? Is there, Jean, is there anybody in the queue for public hearing on item number 5?
No, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Anybody in favor of this petition? Anybody in favor of this petition? Anybody in favor of this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Anybody opposed to this petition? Hearing none?
Motion to close public hearing on item number 5.
Second.
I have a motion to close public hearing on item number 5. I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Council DePiero,
Yes.
Council Hanlon,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Marchese,
Yes.
Martins,
Yes.
Council McLaughlin.
Yes.
Council Napolitano,
Yes.
Florio.
Yes.
It doesn't mean it happened. Councilors, 1 through 5 are now before you. Item 6 is going to be no action necessary.
Cornelia, we didn't hear the vote on that. What was the vote on item number 5?
10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Madam Chairman, was that for actually voting on item number 5? Or was that closing the public hearing?
That was just to close the public hearing.
So we still got to vote on it.
Yes. I'm waiting for the motion.
So you have items 2, 3, 4, and 5 to vote on. So that's, excuse me, 2, 4, and 5 to vote on. So if you'd like to.
Motion for favorable action.
On item number 2?
This is on item number 2.
Candy's outside. Candy outside. We're gonna close the door on her.
Item number 2 for favorable action.
Second motion on item 2.
Start with Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Councilor DePiero.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Marquez.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
Florio. 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Passed. Item number 2. Item number 4, I believe is the vote because item number 3. Was item number 3 no action necessary? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so item number 4.
Is there anybody from Exeter here?
Rosanna
No.
is here somewhere.
Yes, Rosanna Fronte with Exponet.
I'll accept the motion to invite Rosanna up, please.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and second to invite Rosanna up. Roll call vote.
Hello? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure if you guys were doing a roll call vote or not.
You weren't muted.
Huh?
You weren't muted.
I wasn't muted.
No,
Well, I should be, shouldn't I?
you are, but you weren't.
I think.
Hello?
I'm sorry, just a few seconds. I'm sorry, Council. We're just having a little difficulty in the chambers here, so
Okay.
thank you.
Don't touch it. Oh, you're muted.
Okay, so you're all set.
Okay, am I all set?
I believe we have to call the roll.
Madam President,
Yes.
if we could, I understand about calling the roll on the actual votes and whatnot, but to the extent that we might be able to move the meeting a little bit more smoothly, is it okay for purposes of lesser issues like having a guest before us, et cetera? We could just do a voice vote, and if the chair is in doubt, at that point, we could do a roll call?
I don't have a problem with that, Counselor. How about, I can see everybody on the screen. If they put their thumbs up, I'll be fine with it. Is that okay with everybody?
We'll make it work.
Yeah, you could say, yeah, you could say your voice, but also put the thumb up. Thank you. So all in favor of inviting Roseanne from Exxon? All in favor? Okay, all opposed?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Roseanne, you're all set to go.
Okay, all right, thank you. So Rosanna Ferranti with Exonet, and before you tonight, we have two petitions. The first one, which is referenced under 4, it's actually the address is the one under 6, which is 52 Dartmouth and not 52 Glen Street. But this one was the site that we relocated from Maplewood, and that we had introduced at the last hearing on October 13th. So here before you is that alternate location that we had spoken about in October. And again, it's 52 Dartmouth, referenced in item 6 rather than 52 Glen.
Madam President?
Yes, Councilor Capone.
If I may, through you to our guest, thank you very much for being here. And I know that this was a relocation. There was discussion to put it back on the agenda as a public hearing. So I'm assuming notice was given to that new neighborhood?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Does anybody else? I don't see any hands. So does that mean nobody else has any questions? Is that correct?
Madam President, excuse with customary thanks, our invited guest.
So the motion
Motion.
to excuse, Councilor Adrian, you have your hands up.
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Okay, can you please, all councilors, if you have a question, can you please put your hand up on your, I'm able to see your hand. I only want the hand up on the screen if we're inviting the guests, okay? So Councilor Adrian, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just want to make sure for remote meetings, do we have to have everybody's voice vote for it? And that may be a city solicitor question.
Are you inviting the city solicitor up?
No, I'm just saying for you, since you're the council president, just to make sure that we're following the rules.
Well, that's why I asked a roll call for everything, just so that.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm taking a roll call vote on everything. But if we're inviting a guest up, Council Capone made a great suggestion that if we are inviting the guest up, it's okay just to, because we're not actually taking a vote. We're just taking a vote to invite the guest up. So if you're okay with that, if you would like the city solicitor to answer that, we can have, are you okay with that? Or do you want the city solicitor to answer?
I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm sorry, what was the, we excuse with the customary thanks. All in favor?
Correct.
All
Aye.
opposed? The ayes have it. Councilor Capone.
Quick question for the city solicitor. We've got on item number 4, it says 52 Glen Street, and the petitioner said that 52 Dartmouth is the actual address, which is item number 6. So I don't know if it's as simple as just amending this, or is this one that no action necessary and we vote on number 6?
That's what I would say to do, but I'm not the city solicitor, so I will leave that up to the city solicitor.
So,
yes,
do I need to be invited back up? I'm sorry.
I don't think, did we ever excuse?
No.
I don't think we ever.
She's stuck here all night. She's stuck here all night.
No, you're there all the time. We never excused you, so.
So can you just refresh my memory? So number 4, there was a public hearing.
Yeah, and we
last
did
meeting.
hold over to do another public hearing because it's a new address, and we talked about maybe we need to let the new residents in the area know. But it's on the agenda. It says 52 Glen Street, and the petitioner said that the address is actually 52 Dartmouth, but number 6 references 52 Dartmouth. So should we be voting on number 6 and just saying no action necessary on 4, or should we simply amend it and vote that way?
if it's the same petition 4 and 6, then I would say no action necessary on number 4 because you're going to be voting on number 6. If it's the same
Okay.
petition.
Yeah, I think that's the way I look at it too. So, okay. So on item number 4, I'd say,
That we did open the public hearing on item number 4. Is that correct?
did we open it on number 6?
No.
No. So does that mean we have to open the
No,
public hearing again?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have to open.
I think so. Okay.
Good.
So item number 4 is no action.
No, on item number 4, I'll make a motion, no action necessary.
Do I have a second on that?
Madam President, on the motion,
Yes, Council McLaughlin.
Madam President, can I ask Rosanna from Exonet, what did her notice say to the neighborhood? Did the notice that went
No,
out?
it was 52. It was 52 Dartmouth. For some reason, 52 Glen Street doesn't exist. So, from a noticing standpoint, so that's why we did 52 Dartmouth.
And that's what the notice said, Rosanna, at 52 Dartmouth?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Then I second Council Capone's motion of no action needed on item 4.
Okay, roll call vote.
No action necessary on number 4. Counselor Adrian.
Yes.
Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Yes.
I can't hear him.
Counselor Martins.
Yes, but we can hear you. It's very low. Sorry.
Casey's yes too.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor McLaughlin.
Which,
Yes.
Yes, John?
Counselor Florio.
John,
Yeah.
yes for me, and Council Ham also yes.
And you have Counselor.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays for no action necessary. Thank you.
10 yeas, 0 nays, no action on item number 4. Clerk, please read item.
Favorable action on item number 5?
Have a motion for favorable action on
I
item
take it
number
off.
5. And I have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Adrian. Counselor Adrian on number 5.
Oh, I thought you said Councilor Peter. Yes.
Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Counselor Capiro.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon. Counselor Hanlon. Counselor Lee.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah, both. Counselor Marchese. Counselor Martins.
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
And we got 9
I'm
yeas.
yes also.
Thank you, Counselor. I see you. That's 10 yeas, 0 nays on item number 5.
10 yeas, 0 nays on item number 5.
Motion open public hearing on item number 6?
Second that motion.
No, item number 5, Councilor, right?
No, we
Oh,
finished.
no, I just, okay, I'm
But I
sorry.
didn't read the piece. It's the only one I didn't read.
Item number 6.
Okay.
The clerk, please read item number 6.
Yes. This is a petition offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio as president, that the Everett City Council hereby approves a petition by accident to attach a small cell antenna along with all required equipment and fiber for its operation to an existing utility pole in the right of way located on 52 Dartmouth Street with electricity connection, pole number 503.
Open public hearing?
I have a motion to open public hearing.
Second that motion, Madam President?
I have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Council Capone.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Council Hanlon.
Yes.
Me.
Yes.
Council Marchese.
Yes.
Council Martins.
Yes.
Council McLaughlin.
Yes.
Council Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have so opened the public hearing.
10 years, 0 nays. Jean, do we have anybody for public hearing on item number 6?
Madam President, we have no calls on item number 6.
Okay, so seeing that we don't have any calls, I'll ask 3 times if you're in favor of this petition. You're in favor of this petition? Are you in favor of this petition? Hearing none, I'll ask 3 times you're opposed to this petition, opposed to this petition, opposed to the petition. Hearing none,
Make a motion to close public hearing in favor. of-
Second.
I have a motion to close public hearing. I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor Piero,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marquez,
Yes.
Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
and President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays, you have closed the public hearing.
10 yeas, 0 nays. We have closed the public hearing. The matter's in front of you, councilors.
Make a motion for favorable action on item number 6.
Second motion.
I have favorable action on item number 6, and I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Favorable action, Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor Piero,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
No.
Counselor Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marquez,
Yes.
Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
and DeFlorio.
No.
That would be 8 yeas, 2 nays. You have so passed the order.
8 yeas, 2 nays. You have passed item number 6. Now, for Cornelio, I believe we have to go back to the other items to vote on.
Nope. Well, so we got,
Those.
Madam President.
Yeah, okay, so now we have public participation. Gene, how many people do we have in public participation right now?
We have 22 people.
Madam President,
Yes, Councilman McLaughlin.
on public participation, I think that the individuals that are here tonight are here to speak about something very passionate to each one of them. And I would ask that my colleagues and I extend an invitation to each one of them to have 1 minute to speak, or sooner if they can. But I think it's very important that we hear from each of those individuals tonight on a very pivotal moment in our community. The topic that they want to talk about probably is the same, but I think it's really important that we extend the courtesy to each of those individuals. They've waited here an hour for this opportunity. So I'd ask that we allow that to happen.
So usually by our
I
council.
second the motion.
Okay, we only have 10 minutes, so we're gonna extend it so everybody can speak for 1 minute. Is that correct? I have a second on that. Roll call vote.
Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor Piero,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marquez,
Yes.
Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have so allowed for each person to speak for 1 minute on public participation.
Okay, Gene, everybody is allowed to speak for 1 minute to bring the calls in. And I just want everybody to understand that you give us your name and address for the record.
Bring the first caller in now.
Madam President, you might need to identify to them that they have 1 minute.
Samia?
Excuse me, is somebody on right now?
Yep, they're just connecting the audio there. They'll be
Okay.
together very shortly. Okay, Samia, you are on with the council. Please state your name and your address.
Counselor, I'm sorry, to the public participant, we've allowed everybody to speak for 1 minute, okay? Thank you.
Samia, if you can hear me, you're on with the council. You're muted.
We can't hear anything.
They're still on mute. Samia, can you hear me? You're on mute. You're on with the council. Okay. We lost her. I'll bring in the next person. Alana? Alana, you are on with the council.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name's Alana Russell, and I just need to mute myself, I apologize. My name's Alana Russell. I am a Malden resident. I live at 54 Kimball Street in Malden, Mass. But I am an Everett community member because I'm a teacher at the Cavarian School, and I'm also a part of the Everett Community Aid Network, ECAN for short. So I've worked with some of you through ECAN, and I wanted to just bring up some concerns we have about housing rights with our residents right now. So the statewide eviction moratorium has ended on October 17th, and although ECAN offered to share some resources for the city's website, we haven't been taken up on that offer. When we inquired about the city's plans for educating residents about the end of the moratorium, including the rights that they have when they're facing eviction or foreclosure, we were told that people calling the city would be directed to call the state assistance line at 211. However, since then, we've worked with several residents who have called 211, and we were really shocked and disappointed to hear that instead of being directed to the state and or provided with the information about their rights or an action plan for them to remain in their home, they were told by staff at City Hall to just agree and to leave their home if they received a notice to quit so that they didn't make things worse. This information, as you know, is quite contrary to the legal rights of residents in Massachusetts. It's nearly impossible to get someone back into their home after they've willingly left, even if it was not the necessary course of action at the time. So many cities around us have dedicated space on their websites to give residents information about the eviction process and resources. And we know that Councillor Adrian had proposed that Everett adopt the Housing Stability Notification Act. So the Everett Community Aid Work is just respectfully asking that this council revisit Ms. Adrian's proposal from June, and that you really follow the lead of our neighboring communities in highlighting the housing resources on the city's website. A comprehensive list of resources on the website, in addition to training your staff on housing rights, would really benefit all of those in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're not able to respond to anything, so I don't want you to think that we're being rude in any way. If we could please have the next speaker.
Nicole, you're on with the council?
Hi. Can you hear me?
I believe so. Yep, the council can hear you. Just state your name and your address, and you can make your comment.
Okay. Hi, should I just talk now?
Yep, they can hear you.
Sorry. Oh, okay. My name is Nicole Graff. I'm with the Joint Committee for Children's Health Care in Everett. And I just wanted to call in to voice my opinion that the mayor should have a vote or the ability to vote in the council meetings. I know that he doesn't currently have it, and I do agree that he should. He has played a major role in a lot of the work through the Joint Committee for Children's Health Care in Everett since the beginning, since the beginning of his time, helping the community, the immigrant community, for, in the city of Everett. As long as I have been here and as long as he has been here, he has been a major support with our clients. So I just wanted to voice that our clients are primarily Portuguese and Spanish and Haitian Creole speaking. So I just wanted to come here and support him in return for all of the support he has given us. And I do agree that he should have a voice. I hope that helps, and I hope it wasn't too long. Do I hang up?
I'm sorry. We are on public participation. We are unable to answer you. So thank you very much.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much for your input. No, don't be sorry. Do we have another speaker, Jean?
Tatiana, you are live with the council. They can hear you.
Hi, hello. My name is Tatiana Cunningham. I was just going to say about the mayor onto the school board. I think it's a very good idea. He's very influential in the Everett community. I've been to a couple of events that he really helped us with the resources and everything. And my children currently go to a program for e-learning that originally didn't even have a site at first. And we were really worried about getting them in and having somewhere safe for them to do their schoolwork. And he was able to procure a site for them and have the children have a comfortable learning center. So I think that he would bring a lot of positive reinforcement and good decisions to the school board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Jean, please.
Jackie, you are on with the council. They can hear you. Jackie, are you there? Jackie? All right, I'm gonna put her back in the waiting room. I don't think she knows she's in. Hold on one second. Josephina, you are in front of the council. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Okay, please state your name and your address for the council and proceed with your comment.
Of course. My name is Josephina Marrera. I live at 67 Dean Street, Everett, Mass.
Go ahead, they can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I would, as a parent with two children, two boys in the Everett Public Schools, I would like to voice my opinion that I believe Mayor Carlo de Maria should have a voting, should be an active voting member on the school committee.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yep. Kristen, you are live with the council. They can hear you. Please state your name and your address, please. Kristen, are you there? All right, I'll put her in the waiting room. Pizza, you are in with the council. Please state your name and proceed with your comment. Hello? Pizza, hello? Okay. You lost that one. Hold on one second. Brad, you are on with the council. Please state your name and your address, please. Brad's connecting the audio. He'll be on shortly. Brad, can you hear me? All right, you're in front of the council. Please state your name and your address, please, and go ahead with your comment.
My name is Brad Bennett. I live at 15 Tufts Avenue.
And they can hear you, so go ahead.
I just like to lend my support to the mayor to have a vote on the school board.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another speaker? Next speaker?
Julie, you're on with the council. Oh, she's connecting to audio as well. Julie, when you connect to audio, please say your name and address and proceed with your comment.
Hi. I'm sorry, I've been waiting a long time in the room. My name is Julie Barada. I live at 25 Woodville Street, and I'm calling in regards to the mayor getting a seat on the school committee. Who am I speaking to?
You're in front of the council now. They can hear you.
Oh, hi, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I have deep concerns about that. I spoke to most counselors today. I believe that this should be a decision that the voters vote on. You guys are a panel of 11. We're in a city of over 50,000 people, and it's a charter change that essentially no one that I know and myself and the people that I've talked to know much about it. And it became an issue a week ago. You guys spent 3 years on the other part of the issue, talking back and forth about it, and carefully considered changing the charter. But for this, you're just throwing it in, almost randomly. And I think it needs to be considered very carefully the pros and cons and what is the reason? Can anyone tell me what the reason is that the mayor wants to have a seat on the school committee?
I'm sorry, we are not unable to answer any questions. The councils are unable to answer any questions. That's part of our rule. So you can make your comment and we will address it in the future.
Yeah. Okay, so I know other cities have mayors that sit on the school committee, but it's all well planned out and this is a different situation. You guys haven't thought it out or talked about it or had any kind of public discussion about it. It affects everybody, and having 1 week and then just voting on it, I don't think is right or democratic. Hello?
Yes, thank you. We appreciate your comment.
Yeah, I would rather it go to a vote and have it decided upon and the public actually be part of it.
We are taking all this into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Thank you, good night. Next speaker, please.
Adam, Adam, you are on with the council.
Yeah, sorry.
Please state your name and your address and proceed with your comment.
Okay, my name is Adam Penaflor, 35 Marie Avenue.
And you got with your comment.
Okay, so I wrote it down. Okay. Are you ready?
The council can hear you, yes.
All right, so during this hard time like the pandemic, Mayor Carter was able to still have this program. Even though being on Zoom and not in person, I was still able to meet amazing people like one of my bosses, Roberto. Also by providing me a job, it helps me, a young person, get money for myself and help my family. And also be responsible and manage something that school would never do. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ian, you are live with the council. Please state your name and address and go forward with your comment. Ian, are you there? All right, hold on 1 second. Maria, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're on with the council. Please state your name and address and the council can hear you.
Hello, my name is Maria Santiago, and I reside at 31 School Street.
Yeah, they can hear you.
And I am in favor for the mayor to be on the school committee and have a voice. It would be a good bridge between the school department and City Hall and helping them to make decisions to move forward, because we are here for the children. And that's what we need to do, is work for the children, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Jane.
Lisa,
Hello?
you're on with the council.
Yes.
Please state your name and address and you can proceed with your comments.
Lisa Har, 39 Cabot Street.
Go ahead, they can hear you.
Okay, in my opinion, I believe the mayor should be a part of the school committee and have a vote. I think it's essential for the children and the future of Everett schools. The mayor will know how money is being spent, and this will create a bridge between the city government and the school system. I think we should all work together and have him on the committee, and with the vote, I think it will make it a lot better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank
input.
you.
Next person, please.
Kathy, can you hear me? Kathy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Kathy. You're on with the council. Please state your name and address and go forward with your comments.
Thank you so much.
You just have to turn the volume down on your Facebook. If you're watching it, you have to turn the volume down on whatever you're watching the meeting on. And if you just state your name and address and provide your comment, the council can hear you.
Take care of that for you. I'm sorry about that. Is there a delay? Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Hi, this is Kathy Viveris. Am I all set to proceed?
They can hear you.
Thank you. Kathy Viveris, and I am the new. Pardon me?
I think there's just some feedback. The councilors can still hear you.
Thank you. Yes, in process. In process. You want to come back to me?
Yeah, the council can hear you if you want to just proceed with your comment.
Very good. Thank you. Sorry about that. So I am Kathy Viveris, and I am the new executive director for the Joint Committee on Children's Healthcare in Everett. I am very new to the committee. I just started 1 week ago, but I do appreciate the opportunity to meet all of you tonight virtually, and also to lend my support for the mayor's voting rights as a member of the school committee. And I just want to stress that I come from another community that has a mayor who serves as a voting member of the school committee. So if I could just add that additional dimension to your considerations, certainly I am in favor because the mayor has been extremely supportive to the Joint Committee on Children's Health Care, and as well as many of the members of this council, and we greatly appreciate that. But just to speak to the elements of the issue at hand, I just want to add that as a voting member, it comes with much more than simply a right to influence decisions made regarding the school department. It comes also with a responsibility to be accountable to the general public for the votes that are taken, and to provide a justification for those actions that are taken. And I think the public would be certainly well served to have the mayor's voice heard, and to also hold him accountable for the decisions and the votes that he has taken as a member of the school committee. Clearly, we are in extremely difficult fiscal times, and COVID has offered us many challenges, but clearly the opportunity to form a true financial partnership between the city and its municipal capabilities, finance abilities, with the school department in mind for excellence in education, I think it would be a great step, and I think the community would benefit from having the mayor as an active voice in the decision-making process regarding the Everett School Committee. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your input. Can we please have the next person? Jean, do we have any other speakers?
We do. Caller, can you hear me? Caller, are you there? Jackie, can you hear me? Hi, Jackie, can you hear me? Jacqueline Coogan, you are live with the council. Can you hear me? All right, bear with me. Sorry. Kristen, are you there? Can you hear me? Ian, are you there? Ian, can you hear me? All right. People aren't ready yet. Just bear with me. Caller, can you hear me? Hello? Hi, can you hear me? Caller, Hi, you are on with the city council. They can hear you. Just please state your name, your address, and your comment, please.
This is Georgia Collins, 18 Bailey Street, Everett. I think it's important for the mayor to be a part of the school committee because I think it provides a lot of transparency for the community as well. He's also very involved and needs to know if the school committee fiscal financials are falling short or where we stand and where the money is being allocated, and should have a say as to how these funds are being distributed and just to know what's going on with the city overall. So I think it's very important. I think it does the city a disservice if the mayor is not on the board.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, you are live with the council. Please state your name, your address, and your comment, please.
Sure. My name is Georgine Maloney. I live at 42 Benson Ave. And I'd like to say that I am in favor of the mayor being able to vote for as a member of the school committee. I think he does great work for the city and for the kids.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. You need to mute yourself.
Oh, hold on one second. Let me try this again.
I'm sorry, Council Lee, you need to mute yourself, please. Next speaker.
Caller, can you hear me? 9152, caller 9152. Can you hear me? All right, let's try this again. Caller 8467, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, you are on with the council. Please state your name, your address, and your comment, please.
Hi, my name is Doreen Thistle. I am from 64 Prescott Street, and I am a lifelong resident here in Everett. My son has gone through the Everett Public School System, and I am in favor and strong support of the mayor having a vote on the school committee, and I just needed my opinion heard.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We have, Madam President, we have 6 callers left. Let's go one by one again. Caller ending in 5382. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Caller ending in 5382. Are you there? All right. Hi, Jackie. Are you there? Jackie? Can you hear me, Jackie? Jackie Coogan, can you hear me? I'm bringing the next caller in. Just bear with me. It's taking a second to get him into the room. Hi, can you hear me? Nobody's connecting to audio. Hi, can you hear me? Hello, Mark? Mark, can you hear me? Okay. Mark, are you there? Caller 5294, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, you're on with the council. Please state your name and your address and your comment.
It's Dina Reeves, 81 Chelsea Street. My comment is the mayor, I am for him being able to vote on the school committee. He's helped me in the past with issues my children had with the schools. And I got immediate help, immediate response after his assistance. So I am definitely all for it.
And thank you. Kristen, are you there? Hello, Kristen? Kristen, are you there? Caller ending in 9152. Can you hear me? Hello? Hi, you are on with the council. Please state your name, your address, and your comment.
Hi, this is Joey Jack. Live at 37 Walnut Street, and I was just saying, whatever high, I support Mayor Maria with the committee, and I got the summer job, and it was a good experience. I think he would be a great fit.
Thank you. 3 left in the queue. Jackie, are you there? Jackie? Jackie, can you hear me? Jackie, you're on. I can't hear you now. I think Jackie's having some audio problems. I'm going to put her back in the waiting room. Mark, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Mark. You're on with the council. Please state your name, your address, and your comment.
Where?
You're on with the council. They can hear you. So just state your name, your address, and your comment.
Oh, my name is Mark, 237 Belmont Street, Everett. And what comment do I say, like?
Are you calling in on a specific item that you'd like to speak about?
Yes, this is about the mayor, for the mayor.
Okay, go on. They can hear you.
Oh, okay. Oh, they can hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay. Hold up. I can't hear you guys. It's like breaking up a little.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yep. So just make your comment to the council. They can hear you.
Oh, okay. So the mayor, Mr. DiMaria, he's a great aspect to the school committee, and he's very great for the city during the summer. He gave me and my friends a job to like get our money because everything was shut down. So like he did a little something for us, so we like got a job, so we got a little money and like help kids. I've been inside for so long, and he's really been helpful. Like he's been helpful to Everett.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Caller ending in 8391. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
You're on with the council. Please state your name, your address, and your comment.
My name is Ismail Zamore. I live at 91 Russell Street, Everett, Massachusetts. And I just want to say that Mayor Carla DiMaria helped me this summer with finding a job during the pandemic and being able to help my mom pay the bills and all that stuff. The job helped me get some money and help my mom pay the bills.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
All right, we have 2 people left in the queue that were having some issues. We'll try that one more time. Hold on 1 second. Kristen, are you there? Kristen Hawkinson, can you hear me? Ederson, can you hear me? Hello? Ederson, can you hear me? And we'll try Jackie one last time. Everyone else is having difficulties. Jackie, are you able to hear us? Okay, Jackie's still having issues. All right, so the remaining callers here are having issues. They're unable to speak. So there's 2 callers left, and they're just having technical difficulties. I don't think we're gonna be able to get them in. Madam President?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was on mute.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, we have two callers that have been in the queue. I brought them in numerous times. They're having some, looks like, issues on their end with their audio and microphone. So I can keep trying, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get in.
Okay, so I'll sustain a motion to close public participation.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion to close public participation. I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
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 Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Martins.
Yeah.
Yes.
Napolitano.
Yes.
Gloria.
Yes, Councilor Heelan's in the room. He's having technical difficulties and he's got a yes vote.
Yeah, 10 yeas, 0 nays. You have closed public participation.
10 yeas, 0 nays. We've closed public participation.
Madam President, sorry. So can I reintroduce my motion to suspend the rules and take the very patient members from the Everett Fire Department waiting for their promotion on item number 16, please?
Second, Councilor Mons.
So the motion is to take item number 16, suspend rules, take item 16. I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
So we can take. Councilor Capone?
Yes.
Did you pass over me?
Name, I didn't hear you, so this is to take the fire promotions out of order.
That's fine. Yes.
Councilor Piero.
Yes.
Yes.
Lee.
Councilor Lee, you have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Napolitano.
Yes.
Florio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays to suspend the rules and take this out of order.
Clerk, please read item number 16.
Item number 16 is an order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves the promotion of Gary Osler to captain and Derek Peretti to lieutenant in the Everett Fire Department.
Favorable action, Madam Chair?
Second motion.
Favorable action. I have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Can you hear me, Councilor Adrian?
No, when you first say I don't hear you, but yes,
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Councilor Piero.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Still can't hear him.
Yes.
Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
Florio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have so passed the order and promoted Captain Osler and Lieutenant Peretti. Congratulations.
Yes, 0 nays. We have passed item number 16. Congratulations.
And we'll be setting up a swearing in at City Hall at some point. The chief and I spoke today, just so you know.
Congratulations and thank you for everything you do.
Madam President,
Yes.
can we suspend the rules and take items 7 through 13 collectively as no action is going to be necessary? Have the clerk read them and read the action that was taken at our last meeting.
Second.
So I have a motion to take item number 7 through 13 collectively because there's no action necessary. We already voted this on the last meeting. Roll call vote, please.
Second motion on that.
Roll call vote. Take 7 through 13 collectively. Counselor Adrian.
This is just a vote to take it all collectively?
Yeah, so because they already voted on it, I'm going to announce all the roll calls from the last meeting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes.
Yes. Counselor Capone.
Yes.
DePiero.
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon.
Yes.
Counselor Lake.
Yes.
Casey.
Yes.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays to take items 7 through 13 collectively. You want me to read them and I will give you the disposition of each one? Is that what you're looking
Yes,
for?
City Clerk,
Yep, that was the motion,
Yeah.
Madam President.
that was the motion to read each one individual and,
Say what happened.
yep, please.
Item number 7 is an order offered by Council President DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves the appointment of Teresa Namo to the Traffic Commission as a representative from Ward 3 effective November 1st. That passed 11 yeas, 0 nays. Item 8, an order offered by Council President that the Everett City Council hereby approves the appointment of Stephen Altieri to the Traffic Commission as the representative from Ward 4 effective November 1st. Again, that passed 11 yeas, 0 nays. Item 9, order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves the appointment of James LaVecchio to the Traffic Commission as the representative from Ward 1 effective November 1st, 2020. Again, 11 yeas, 0 nays. Item number 10 was an order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves the acceptance of Community Mitigation Fund specific grant from the Mass Gaming Commission. Again, that passed 11 yeas, 0 nays. Item, I'll make sure I have the right ones. Item number 11. Yeah, sorry, they're in just in a different order. Sorry, just give me one moment. Item 11 was a order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves a grant from the Center for Tech and Civic Life in the amount of $29,968.75 for the Election Commission. That passed 11 yeas, 0 nays. Item number 12 was an order offered by Councilor Rosa DeFlorio as president that the Everett City Council hereby approves the donation of $2,500 from ExxonMobil Corporation to the Everett Police Department donation account. That passed 10 yeas, 1 nay. Councilor Adrian was our nay. And item 13 was an order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio. I have to submit for your consideration an order that the below fire truck ladder truck be declared surplus. The reference inventory is in need of costly repairs and is no longer use to the fire department. Once declared surplus by this honorable city council, the inventory will be sold by public auction. Former ladder 2, a 1996 Pierce aerial ladder truck. That passed 10 yeas, 0 nays. Councilor Marchese was out of the room at the moment. So that was the disposition of all items, and I will make a notation of that. Would like to go to the next order of business, item 14, or would?
Thank you, Madam President.
All set, okay, so clerk, please, revert back to the regular order of business.
Madam President, item number 14 is an order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves to accept a donation of $155,462 from WinMass LLC Encore for the purchase and operation of 2 stations for the Everett Bicycle Share System Blue Bikes.
Favorable action with a letter of thanks.
And a motion?
On the motion, Councilor Martin.
Madam President, so I am I'm a huge supporter of alternative transportation. I'm a huge supporter of less emissions. I'm a huge supporter of everything the city is doing to mitigate the traffic problem. But I just wanted to say that I'm very disappointed that during the crisis that we're experiencing right now, that the Wynn Casino, that we're receiving a grant of $155,000 that could be going towards rent assistance to support bike stations, 2 bike stations for $155,000. So we have our priorities wrong, though this is an ongoing work by the city and I fully support it, but I just feel like it's sad to see funds being invested right now in anything else other than rent assistance.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would echo the comments of Councilor Mons, although I believe these are for the 2 bike stands that had been out front of their facility for as long as the facility has been open. But if there were to be an opportunity to be able to reallocate these funds, I would absolutely support the initiative. But I think this is just for them to be able to finish a process that has been ongoing with the bike racks that or bike stands that are out front of their facility on Lower Broadway. But I do echo the comments of Councilor Mons.
Thank you, Councilor McLaughlin. Councilor Adrian.
So do we know if there's any stipulations to where this money that goes to? Does it have to go to the bikes?
That's what's in front of us. And yes, and you could invite somebody from the mayor's office to answer.
Yeah, can we invite the mayor? Because I see him.
Certainly. So do I have a second?
Second, Councilor Adrian's motion.
Everybody in favor of inviting the mayor for this item? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so I mean, is Jay Monty on? But I believe this money is for the bike racks that are out front of the Encore Boston Harbor. It's their payment towards funding that bike rack out there. So I mean, I know you've made some comments about seeing money being spent for rental assistance or food assistance. We are doing all those things now. We've been doing it since the beginning of the pandemic, and we have hopefully more CARES money coming in to also help people with the housing issues. And also wanted to call out one of the public comments that were made from a teacher in Everett that talked about that no assistance from City Hall in regards to.
Mr. Mayor, can we please? I understand. Can we please?
No, it's all kind of germane. You invited me, so you invited me to speak.
But this is on the blue bikes.
Yeah, the blue bikes. So the answer was given to you. I think Councilman McLaughlin had said it. The monies were the Encore Boston Harbor purchased those blue bike stations, and there's a cost.
Okay.
And the money is to cover that cost.
Yes, and now you could continue with your comment. I just wanted to understand about the blue bikes. So.
Yep. No, that's the, I believe that was provided. Was that not provided as a response from the administration? Was that not in your calendar as a response for why that money was going? It should have been. I think but anyways, to answer your question.
Okay, Councilor Adrian, did you have any further questions? I believe you have the floor.
Yeah, so Mayor, thank you for answering. So that money has to cover the blue bikes, and you're going to provide a separate response to rent relief or food assistance for families in Everett.
We've been doing that all along. We've been helping families through our Human Service Department. We've been helping all the food pantries. I can't begin to, we've done a press release on it numerous times about all the things we've done during this pandemic. I think you all know, but I will provide you with some more information. Maybe you haven't seen anything lately in the papers. We did some press on it. We have an ask right now into the state for another, I believe, is Eric Demas on the phone? Maybe Eric Demas can, Eric, you are? If I don't know if you want to let the council know of all the monies that we've given to different social organizations, because I think you track it better than most. all the monies that we've given all our social service agencies in regards to helping with utilities, rents, food insecurity, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay, and if I could get a number, an exact number, how much, and where has it gone to?
We've provided that numerous times. We'll provide it again for you. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's no further questions, can we excuse with the customary thanks?
Customary thanks.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. We have excused the mayor with the customary thanks. Councilor Capone, would you mind taking the chair just for a few short seconds? I would appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you
Sure.
so much.
So there has been a motion and a second on this item. Could we get unless there's any debate, we'll have a roll call vote.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Yes.
Hanlon, yes.
Lee.
Can't hear my.
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Hear me?
No.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so it was Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, that will be nine yeas, 0 nays. We've passed that.
9 yeas, 0 nays. You've passed that order with a letter of thanks. Clerk will read the next item of business, item number 15.
Item number 15, Mr. Chairman, is an order of the Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves the transfer of $300,000 from the Everett Public Schools Special Education Transportation account to the school department's foundation budget.
Mr. Chairman,
You'll accept the motion to suspend Rule 13.
so moved.
Second.
Been moved and second to suspend Rule 13. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. On the motion, I believe it was Council McLaughlin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I watched the school committee meeting 1 week ago this evening, and I was a little confused on this request by the school department. And this evening, I'm going to put a motion forward that we refer this to the Ways and Means Committee, invite up Superintendent Tahaliani and anyone that she deems necessary. And I would also like to ask that I be invited to this meeting so that I can discuss this item in greater detail on my questions and concerns about it.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes. So on the motion,
Councilor
Council,
Martins.
So this is a transfer. So this is money that already existed in their budget that they're just moving, right? From one account.
That's
to
my
the other.
understanding.
Exactly. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, that it's already their funds that have been appropriated for them.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Hanlon?
Yes, I know that Council McLaughlin asked to be invited to that meeting with the school department. I would also like to go to that same meeting with him.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the matter before you is to refer this piece to Ways and Means, inviting the superintendent and whoever else she feels might be necessary, and then have Councilor McLaughlin and Councilor Hamlin present as well. Is there anybody else there, Councilor McLaughlin, that you would like to have at that meeting?
Can we have somebody from the after school program? I think that's where I'm getting confused with this money. I'd like to ask that we invite somebody from For Kids Only after school program to this meeting as well, please.
Do you want anyone from the administration there as well, or no?
Well, I think that Eric Demas would be fine. Sure, invite Eric Demas as well.
So, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. May I add?
Councilor, yes.
So through you to Council McLaughlin, so we no longer have a relationship with them, and they no longer provide after-school services through our Everett Public School System. So FKO now is a separate entity, no longer associated with the Everett Public Schools.
And Mr. Chairman, on that point, that's where I'm a little confused, because when we had them before us at the budget time, and it's going to be a lengthier discussion, and I don't want to get into it this evening, but that's where I'm a little confused. When we had the budget hearings, we were told that this transfer was for those services. So I will strike out anybody from for kids only after school program. If Council Mines is telling me that that is no longer a service that we're utilizing, but I would like to continue to invite those other individuals so that we can have a discussion on this motion.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I thought you had your hand up. Are you okay with the motion as is, or did you want to weigh in on it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. FKO does still have a relationship with the city of Everett. We currently have FKO working out of Pope John. And I believe just recently, I don't know if Lara or Eric can shed more light. Wasn't FKO just recently awarded a after-school virtual grant that they worked on with the schools? Is that true? Do you guys know that?
I don't have direct knowledge of a grant that they were awarded. I would more probably defer to Keith on that, but I do know that they've been actively throughout the summer housed out of the Pope John location and have been providing services to children whose parents had to go to work throughout the summer, where otherwise if the mayor hadn't graciously offered it, I know they had no other location throughout the city of Everett, and the children would have had no place to go if it wasn't for us being able to support them within the city.
Okay. All right. So on the motion, we've got. I'm sorry, Councilor McLaughlin.
On my original motion, then I would like to, and again, just from hearing the information from Mayor DiMaria, I would like to invite somebody from For Kids Only After School program.
Okay. Okay. So the individuals that we have going here are Matt going to Ways and Means, Superintendent, anyone she feels is necessary to bring with her, representative for Kids Only, Mr. Demas, and Council McLaughlin and Council Hanlon would like to be invited to that meeting. Is that accurate? We have everything? All right. On that motion, we'll take a roll call on that.
Mr. Chairman, on the motion, I think Eric Demas had his hand up. I don't know if you want to recognize him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see him. Yeah, if the council would like to hear from Mr. Demas.
Mr. Chairman, I don't mind, but again, I think this is going to get into a lengthier discussion if we go down this path tonight, and I don't know how much more time we want to spend on this tonight instead of going to committee, but I'm happy to hear from Mr. Demas this evening, as always.
I'll leave it up to the membership. We have a motion to send it to committee. There is the possibility, if we want to hear from Mr. Demas on this evening, I'll leave it up to the councilors. If those are in favor of hearing from Mr. Demas, please say aye. Those opposed? Okay, so I think the motion will be to refer this to committee, inviting all those individuals, superintendent and whoever she feels is necessary, representative for Kids Only, Mr. Demas and Council McLaughlin and Council Hanlon to be invited to that meeting. So we'll take a roll call on that. Mr. Clerk, please.
So roll call vote to send us to Ways and Means with the guests. Councilor Adrian.
Correct.
Yes.
Councilor Chairman Capone.
Yes.
Councilor Capiro.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Marchese. Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Altano. Altano. So that would be 7 yeas, 0 nays to refer to Ways and Means.
7 yeas, 0 nays. You have referred to committee. Clerk will read the next item, item number 17.
Item number 17, payment is an order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio. that the Everett City Council hereby approves the appointment of Laura Evans to the Disability Commission for a term of 1 year expiring November 9th, 2021. If you're going to vote on this, please suspend Rule 20 and note
Number
that
20, yep.
Laura is taking the position of her father who passed away and was serving on the board. This is Bernie.
Okay. Chair will entertain a motion to suspend Rule 20 for items 17 and 18.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I
Second it.
Okay, we'll have a roll call on that, please.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Shapiro.
Yes.
Yes, sir, you called my name.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Lee?
Yes.
Councilor Marchese?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Councilor Coughlin?
yes.
Councilor Napolitano? No, I think Councilor's having a little technical difficulty, so that was 8 yeas, 0 nays to suspend the rules on items 17 and 18, Mr. Chairman.
Favorable action, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved and second, favorable action on item number 17. Clerk call the roll.
Favorable action, item number 17, Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
Councilor Shapiro.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
McLaughlin.
Yes.
Napolitano.
Yes.
President, 9 yeas, 0 nays. You have passed item number 17.
9 yeas, 0 nays. You have passed 17. Is Madam President back?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, Councilor Capone. I appreciate it.
Very welcome.
Item number 18 is an order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves the appointment of Antoinette Pace to the Historical Commission for a term of 1 year, expiring November 9th, 2021.
Favorable action.
Second the motion.
On item number 18, I have a favorable action. I have a second roll call vote, please.
Councilor Adrian. You're muted, Councilor.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Councilor Shapiro.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Marchese.
Yes.
Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
And President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have so passed item number 18. Item number 19 is an order offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves the acceptance of a donation of 800 disposable face shields from DB National Warehouse Supply located at 90 Tremont Street in Everett.
Favorable action.
Second the motion.
Send a letter of thanks to the business owner for this generous donation.
A favorable action to send a letter of thanks to this generous donation. I do have a second roll call vote, please.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Shapiro. Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays. You have so passed item number 19. Item number 20. Madam President, this is a petition offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby approves an auto repair license for Woodlawn Auto Service at 3 Woodlawn Ave. Please
Favorable
note-
action.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, Councilor Hanlon.
the petitioner was here this evening. He was here at 7:30. rather than have him wait until around 10 o'clock, we told him that it would most likely go to committee, so we told him to go home, and we would notify him when the committee time was coming up. So, second, yes.
Second.
Just for notation, this is an existing license with a new owner. That's why we're doing such. So to send to the committee, Counselor Adrian.
Yes.
Cone.
Yes.
Counselor Hanley.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Marchese. I'll give you- Thank you. Counselor Martins.
Yeah, yes.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
I'm sorry, did you say my name? I'm having a problem hearing you.
I haven't heard my name.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor. And President DeFlorio.
Yes,
Sorry, the mics are getting a little messed up back here.
I'm sorry.
That was 9 yeas, 0 nays to refer this to the to committee.
So that was 9 yeas, 0 nays, and refer item 20 to committee. Clerk, please read.
Madam President, could we suspend the rules and take items 21, 22, 23, and 24 collectively?
Second the motion?
Motion is to take item 21, 22, 23, and 24 collectively. I have a second roll call vote, please.
Take items 21 through 24 collectively.
Oh,
Yes, Counselor Adrian?
I was gonna ask, what did the committee state?
Oh,
Yes, after we finish reading it, you may ask whatever question you would like, but we have to read the items first.
Okay.
So the vote is right now is to take items 20 through 24 collectively. That's what the vote is right now. And then the
21 to 24, Madam President.
I'm sorry, 21 to 24 collectively. So that would be the vote to bring it in front of us, and then you can, whatever you want to say, you can say it after we read the item.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Adrian to take these collectively.
Yes.
Counselor Capone.
Yes.
Yes.
Hear me?
Yes, if that was me.
Counselor Lee.
I can't hear him again.
That's all right, I heard you.
Counselor Lee. Counselor Marchese. Counselor Martins.
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Altano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
8 yeas, 0 nays. You have taken items 21 through 20 collectively. I'll read them and I'll.
Jimmy, yes, also.
Thank you, Counselor Marchese. 9 yeas, 0 nays. Item 21. Madam President, is there a resolution offered by Counselor Gurley Adrian? These are all Committee on Government Operations, Public Safety, and Public Service reports. Item number 21 is a resolution offered by Counselor Gurley Adrian to request the June 29th through December 29th 911 calls to review what other services could have solved the issue. Instead of sending a police officer, what social service could have helped fix the problem. Item 22 is a resolution offered by Counselor Michael McLaughlin that the Mayor, Chief Mazie, Public Health Director Sabrina Farrakano, and CHA Administrator appear at the next Government Operations Committee meeting to discuss activity related to COVID-19. Item 23 is a resolution offered by Counselor Michael McLaughlin that Sergeant Gaff appear at the next Government Operations Committee meeting to discuss traffic flow between Walnut Street and Broadway. Item number 24 is a resolution offered by Counselor Michael McLaughlin, that the ECTV Director appear at the next council meeting to discuss programming on ECTV. I'm going to read the report, what the action was requested. On Counselor Adrian's piece, item number 21. The committee voted to report back to the city council with a recommendation to refer back to sponsor. Item 22 was a recommendation also for the council to refer this back to sponsor. Item 23 was a recommendation to refer back to sponsor. And item 24 was a recommendation to refer back to sponsor.
Okay, on item 21, Councilor Adrian.
Would like this to go back to the committee. I wanted to present. Yeah.
Councilor Adrian, we're not. We
present to the.
Okay, we can't hear you.
Can't hear me. Okay.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So I want this to go back to the committee, and I want to be able to give the presentation that I wanted to present. If somebody could let me know when that meeting is and when I'll be able to present at the meeting. So I make a motion to bring this back to the committee.
So do I have a second on that?
Second.
I have.
Second, okay.
That's going to be a tall order in Washington, D.C. We'll see.
Can somebody please shut the TV off, whoever has the TV on? So.
You, the American Supreme Court, this entire
Councilors.
campaign against.
I think it's Councilor Lee again, Madam President.
Councilor Lee. I'm sorry, councilors.
Councilor Lee, any councilor can.
Councilor Marchese, you're not on mute.
I'm on view.
You're not on mute.
I'm not on view.
Mute, not on view, mute.
No, I'm not mute.
Well, do you have a TV on?
Of course. I'll shut it off.
Thank you.
I just lost you.
Thank you.
You got me nervous. I lost it here.
All right, I'm sorry. Okay. Unfortunately, I have something that come out of committee and it says to refer back to sponsor, and the sponsor wants to send it back to committee. I'd like a ruling on that. I'm not quite sure by the city clerk. Is that okay for us to do so?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the membership.
All right, no problem. So
on the motion, Madam President?
Yes, Council McLaughlin.
Madam President, I was the one that made the recommendation to refer back to sponsor. I wanted to thank Councilor Adrian for putting together a very informative packet of information for the committee members that we received that night. And we had a small discussion with Chief Mazie, and we said that after looking over that packet that we would communicate with him regarding any questions that we had on that packet of information, again, that Councilor Adrian referred to us. But if her wish is to go back into committee with that and discuss it further, I would, as a member of that committee, be happy to do so. But I wanted to explain my reason for making the motion to refer this back to sponsor. And it was just because.
Okay. Council McLaughlin, I was also at that committee, and once something has to go to committee, the person that is on, the sponsor is the only one that can speak on it. So I allowed you to speak out of turn, but that was the reason. I saw your hand, but that was the reason why I didn't call you. So the motion is to send item 21 back to committee. I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
To refer it back to government ops, correctly?
Yes.
Right. Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Hero.
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Marchese. Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
And President DeFlorio.
Yes.
3 yeas, 0 nays. You have so referred government ops. Back to government ops.
Madam President, if we could accept the committee reports on 22, 23, 24, and refer back to sponsor.
Second.
I have a motion to accept the committee reports on items 22, 23, and 24 and refer back to sponsor. I have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Madam President, sorry, on the motion, does that mean that the items will be enrolled and ordained, or they just go back to sponsor and get canceled?
They go back to sponsor and get canceled, and the sponsor can always put it back on again.
All right, so, okay. So how do I oppose that? Because like we worked extensively on those items in committee, and I would like for them to be fully enacted.
Which ones, Madam President?
These are resolutions. They're not ordinances. There's nothing we can vote on. So if you want to bring it back, you're going to have to bring it back as an ordinance.
My apologies, Madam President, I'm sorry. Is items 25 and 26?
No, 22, 23, and 24.
No, we're on 22, 23, and 24.
We wouldn't do that to you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm like, I had a heart attack. We just worked so much on it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. So roll call vote on items 22, 23, and 24 to refer back to sponsor.
Roll call vote. We're taking them collectively, Councilor Capone. Was that correct? Was that the motion?
Correct.
Referring back.
Yep.
Thank you.
Correct.
To refer all items 22, 23, and 24 back to sponsor. Roll call vote. Councilor Adrian.
Yeah.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Hero.
Yes.
Hema.
Yes.
Yes.
Casey.
Yes.
To refer back to sponsor, Councilor. Councilor McLaughlin.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Councilor McLaughlin said yes. Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
Thank you. 10 yeas, 0 nays for items 22, 23, and 24 to refer back to sponsor has passed. Item 25 is now before you.
Madam President, may I suspend the rules and take item number 30 out of order, please?
I have a motion to suspend rules, take item number 30. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
To suspend the rules and take item 30. Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Councilor Hamlin.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Casey.
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
0 nays to suspend the rules and take item 30 out of order.
The matter's in front of you, and I have a hand up from Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this evening, I would like to ask our colleagues in fairness and respect to Councilor Matusky, who unfortunately had a death in his family, that we table this for 2 weeks and that we are able to discuss this in 2 weeks when the sponsor is present.
Second it.
So item number 30 is requested to table, to lay over on the table for 2 weeks.
President.
Have a second?
Madam President, it's the
On-
clerk.
That may be incorrect.
Briefly.
I'm sorry, Councilor DePiero.
Just seeing the agenda I'm looking at has an item for item 30. That's all.
Okay, so motion is to lay this on the table for 2 weeks, and I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Madam President, on the motion, our city clerk wants to speak. I would extend an invitation to Clerk Cornelio to speak.
Okay, Councilor Cornelio?
We haven't read the piece yet, so can I?
That's right. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I just want to make sure we're doing it right.
Could the clerk please read item number 30?
But we take votes. I can do this. Thank you. Item number 30 is an order offered by Councilor Wayne A. Matusky and President DeFlorio as president, that the Everett City Council hereby amends the City of Everett Home Rule Charter, amending subsections of Charter Sections 2, 4, and 8 in regards to the City Council, School Committee, and Mayor.
Okay, so the motion was seconded to lay this.
Madam President,
Yes, Councilor Capone?
I don't have a problem with laying it over to the next meeting. My question is it possible to have an order come out from you as president and then also with a member? Shouldn't it be one or the other, or together as co-sponsors?
I never sponsored this piece. I just want this clear. It should be reading as president. And
Okay.
As president, Mayor is the co-sponsor.
Just president.
Does that make sense, Councilor Capone?
Well, I mean, usually when something comes out as president, it's, it's something that's been generated. I haven't ever seen a member be a co-sponsor with something that came out as president.
I agree, but I don't see it as something that we can't do. As president just means it comes from the administration.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, either way is fine. It's a little confusing, but I've got no objection to laying it over on the table for 2 weeks.
okay, and I have no objection with my name being on there, but I just want people to understand that I didn't sponsor it, but I'm okay with it. So, roll call vote on item number 30.
Roll call vote. This is to postpone it until the next meeting. Was that correct?
Yes.
Postponement. Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
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 Lee.
Yes.
Marchese.
Yes.
Mountain.
Yes.
Up. Sorry, Councilman McLaughlin. You're still muted.
Councilor McLaughlin, you're muted.
I'm sorry, could not hear. Clerk Cornelio, yes. Sorry, could not hear.
All right. Councilor Napolitano
Yes.
and President DeFlorio.
Yes.
That would be 10 yeas, 0 nays to postpone for 2 weeks.
10 yeas, 0 nays, you postpone item number 30 for 2 weeks. Clerk, please revert back to the regular order of business.
Item number 25. These are Committee on Legislative and Affairs and Elections agenda items. 25, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Stephanie Martins that the section 3-2 of the Animal Control Ordinance be updated to allow for dogs to be off leash at certain designated public spaces.
Councilor Martins.
Okay, so again, I apologize for the confusion, and I want to thank the members of the committee for working extensively on this. So this is a very simple one. This is just we were just adding to the language of the existing ordinance. So we're just amending section 3.2 by adding unless otherwise posted to where it requires dogs to be leashed at all times in public places. So it just says unless otherwise posted. It's not creating anything, it's not changing anything, it's just adding the language just to be there. So, and then the members referred it out favorably.
Council President DeFlorio, this is just to let members know, this is Legislative Aide Mike Mang, and I'm taking over for Clerk Cornelio at this time.
Okay, thank you, Council. Council Mangan. It's all right. It was a council before. Council Martins, the chair's in doubt because this says resolution. So it should really read ordinance. So because I'm in doubt, I would prefer if you invite City Solicitor Colleen here to clarify it for me.
My apologies. So, Madam President, so
Council Martins.
So I'm not sure.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to, so sorry, my internet is awful. So, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
So the actual printed, the text of the ordinance says ordinance. So I'm not sure why the agenda says resolution, but the text of the ordinance, which has been discussed in committee and referred out, is an ordinance. And if I was able to share screen, I could show, but the text says in ordinance amending section 3.2 of the revised ordinances by adding the phrase unless otherwise posted.
Yes, Counselor, I'm agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I still would like a ruling from the city solicitor because I don't know if we take a vote on this, if it will take effect. So if I will, yes,
Madam
Counselor
President?
Capone? Yes.
Thank you. This was an issue that came up at the committee meeting as well. And I think it was supposed to come out as an ordinance. So I don't know if Clerk Mangan has that paperwork in front of him. If it does, we would just amend this to be an order. But he does not have that paperwork in front of him. We might have to lay this on the table until our city clerk is back.
I apologize for interrupting Council Capone and Council President DeFlorio. I do have the report. If I'm able to read it, Council Capone is correct.
Okay, does the report say that it should be in order?
Yes, an ordinance. It says the committee considered a resolution offered by Council Stephanie Martins that section 3-2 of the animal control ordinances be updated to allow for dogs to be off leash at certain designated public spaces.
Madam President, so the corrected order as per the decision of the committee was presented and printed at the last meeting. It was in front of us when we were there, and unfortunately we had to adjourn earlier, but it has been corrected and it already exists and it was emailed to the proper bodies. So I can definitely email it again to the membership, but all the required changes have already been made.
Okay, thank you, Council. I personally would still like to get a ruling from the city solicitor, so it's on record. If that's okay, I'm not doubting Council Martins, I'm definitely not doubting Council Capone, but I still would like to have it on record that Council Mejia saying it's okay for us to vote on it and that it will be a legal situation. So if we could please have a motion to invite, oh, we don't have to because she's already with us. Okay. City Solicitor Mejia, can you please clarify in regards to something that we have on agenda that come out as a resolution, but in committee, I guess it was changed to an ordinance, but we don't have that in front of us. So
You can simply make an amendment to change it from a resolution to an ordinance and then make a motion for favorable action out, whatever the council chooses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the first motion I will take is to amend it from a resolution to an ordinance.
So moved.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Call vote, please. This is only to amend it from a resolution to an ordinance. We're not voting on the piece yet.
Madam President,
Yes, Council Lee.
can I amend the amendment?
We're not on the piece yet. This is only to amend for it to change it from a resolution to an ordinance. After we do that, you're welcome to speak on it.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mangan, please, take the vote. Roll call vote.
Madam President, the vote is again to amend this from a resolution to a Council.
Yes.
Council Capone.
Yes.
Council Paul.
Yes.
Hanlon.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor Walton.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have amended this to an ordinance.
Okay, the matter is in front of you, councilors. Councilor Martins, what's your pleasure on this?
So that we take, I move that we take favorable action on the item?
I got a motion.
Okay, on the motion, Councilor Lee, did you have a question on this item?
No.
So you don't want to make an amendment, you're all set?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's clear. So I have favorable action, I have a second, roll call vote, please.
Favorable action. Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor DePere,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Counselor Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marchese,
Yes.
Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin, Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
thank you. Council Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays, you have passed.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You've passed item number 25 as amended. Clerk, please read. You already read item 26, I believe.
I don't think that was read yet.
No, so please read item number 26.
Item number 26, Madam President, was originally a resolution by Council Stephanie Martins, review animal control ordinance to add section about pest control and setting traps outside for squirrels and raccoons. Due to the high temperatures in the summer, trapped animals must be removed in a humane manner before the end of the day, or a fee will be assessed to the pest control company. And at the last committee, this is from Mr. Burley. The committee voted to report back to the city council with a favorable recommendation by adding section 3-34 paragraph B by eliminating et cetera, and replacing with or other animals pending the explanation on the trapped animals released from the animal control officer. The committee requested that the animal control officer be invited to attend the regular city council meeting, which this item would be on the agenda, and we're probably in the same situation as we were with the last piece, because it has to be a changing it from a resolution to
an ordinance.
Correct.
So the first motion, Councilor Martins, did you want this is to be an ordinance, an order, is that correct?
Yes, so we're adding to the existing, so we're adding a section to the existing animal control ordinance.
Okay, so the motion is to correct this from a resolution to an ordinance. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, I do have a second. Roll call, please. That's only to amend it from a resolution to an ordinance. This is not on the piece itself. So, Mannion, please call the roll.
To amend to an ordinance only. Councilor A.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor DePiero,
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon,
Councilor Hanlon is in the room with me. He said yes.
Councilor Lee. Councilor Lee,
Yes.
thank you. Councilor Marchese,
Yes.
Councilor Martins,
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin, Councilor McLaughlin,
Yes.
thank you. Councilor Napolitano, Councilor Napolitano, I don't see him at the computer. President DeFlorio,
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
9 yeas, 0 nays. We have, the resolution has been changed to an ordinance. The matter's in front of you, councilors. Councilor Capone? Councilor Capone, you're on mute.
Thank you. I hit it. I didn't hit it hard enough. Can we please have the
I'm
animal
sorry,
control
Councilor Capone. I just want everybody to know, I can see, if you put your hand up on the computer, I can see the hand. I was just saying to put your thumbs up if we're inviting somebody up, that's all, okay? So thank you, I'm sorry for the interruption. Councilor Capone,
No,
you're
not at all. If we could just have the animal control officer before us, please.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thumbs up, please.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it.
All right. One of the concerns that we had at the committee was where do you release the animals? So I know that if the companies involved, they do what they do, and I think part of the ordinance was that the animal control officer would release the animals. So we had some members from the city solicitor's office, and they said to defer it to the animal control officer. The question is, if you have a property that is surrounded on three sides, city on one side, where do you release the animal? Do you release it to whatever is the most wooded site? I mean, I guess the bottom line is if you have a couple of neighbors, I mean, which one are you releasing the animal to? That's my concern.
Okay, so by law, they have to be released right in the same area they were captured. And then what
Okay,
happens?
so it's.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So that's the only thing I'm allowed to do by law is to release them on the same site. The issue we had over the summer was we had squirrels that were trapped around 9 in the morning. They sat in the 95-degree heat all day on a roof. Kids saw it, concerned neighbors, videos were taken, people were outraged, videos went viral. I went the next day, the fire department was on their way. Pest control showed up, acted extremely inappropriate legally. I asked him to release the animals. He told me no. Cages fell off roofs in front of, residents. I said I wanted to release them. So I think this ordinance is basically in a situation like that, these animals just suffered for 24 hours in a cage, baking in the hot sun. The fact they were alive was insane. Why not just release them back into their habitat? Why are you going to put them in the back of a pest control truck to suffer all day long when you're just going to kill them in the end? So there were very, very upset residents. Everyone on the council knows I love animals more than anything. I will really, myself and a few of the officers that were there wanted to release them. And we had no legal authority to do it. I just feel that, these raccoons or squirrels, they're in Everett. Why doesn't somebody with authority in Everett have the right to say, look, these animals suffered enough, I want to release them? I think that's basically the gist of the ordinance.
Okay, so the question is, what's the protocol? Do you release them on the roof? Do you bring them down to the ground level? What's the protocol?
So basically, if they're in a cage, this happens all summer long. I've done it a few other times. You just have to release them back in the same area. I can't transport them. I would need a special license to transport them and do other things. So basically, we just, want to end their suffering, as in they're suffering in a cage, and release them back onto the property.
So do you take it off the roof?
No, they would be. So it's hard to explain. So if they're in cages and pest control's not coming out, like for instance, what I had over the summer where the pest control company was just very defiant, refusing to release them. They suffered for 24 hours. I felt, and all the residents, and we felt that why couldn't you just release them back? I understand, pest control has certain licenses, but I mean, for 24 hours, blatantly saying you're just going to go euthanize these poor squirrels that already suffered, why not just release them back?
No, and I understand that.
Yeah.
My question is, if they're trapped on the roof, do you take them down to ground level, or do you just release them on the roof?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I was misunderstanding. So I've had instances where we did have to take them off roofs of houses and release them, or some of them we took to wildlife rehabbers or Tufts Wildlife in Grafton. But yes, you would take them off the roof. A lot of people, believe it or not, have traps sitting on their roofs, and it's illegal.
Okay. And so it's not as big a concern, I guess, releasing a squirrel. But if you're releasing a raccoon or something like that, what's the typical protocol for that?
You just open the cage and they eventually just go out. You would bring it back like an area close to where it was captured.
Okay, so you're on the property of the and I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to understand
it's
it because
totally, it's a lot of people think, take them to the cemetery or taking them to a wooded area, and that's not their home. If you haze an animal
Right.
enough with noise, they will leave on their own. This is just basically like a humane way of ending their suffering if they've been trapped up for 24 hours.
right. And so, okay, so you take it off the roof, you have a raccoon in a cage. and you're on a property, I mean, most lots in Everett aren't very large. I mean, are you near the house? Do you go near the property line for one of the neighbors? What's the protocol? Because my concern is if someone calls me and say, hey, okay, now you're going to release this animal, but you're releasing it into my yard, a neighbor, not necessarily the property owner where it was trapped, but a neighbor, what do we say to them? I don't know what the protocol is.
It would be the same property where the animal was left. So if a pest control company comes and leaves cages on the roof for 24 hours, we need the authority to be able to release those animals so they're not continuing to suffer, because the pest control companies are just leaving them up there to suffer, 24 hours in the baking heat. That's inhumane. So I think the ordinance is trying to give us the legal right to help our animals in the city not suffer so much. So they would be released, like the property where I believe it was Woodville Street. The cage would come down and the raccoon would be released on the property. And then that's between the property owner and the pest control company, because the pest control company is leaving those animals to suffer.
Okay, and so when that cage comes off of the roof, if it's the city that's going to be releasing them, I guess we would just defer to your judgment in terms of where the safest place to release the animal is.
Yes, which is typically in the same exact area. No transporting of the animals. That's against the law, believe it or not. Just right in the same area. Usually pest control companies will block holes. So if there's raccoons that are living in attics, they block the holes, they fix the problem. The raccoons usually, once they are captured, they don't come back. They want no part of that property.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Capone, Councilor Martins.
Thank you, Madam President. So just to clarify, so this ordinance is looking to do three things. So currently the law in Massachusetts is it requires the pest control companies to release the animals within 24 hours. So we are leading the way in fighting animal cruelty in the city of Everett, and received the stamp of support of the Humane Society and the MSPCA that sent us a letter that was presented last meeting. It was emailed to everybody. So we would be reducing that time to 6 hours, to checking the traps and releasing the animals every within 6 hours during the summer months of June 1st and September 30th. And if the pest control company doesn't do that, then we're giving the authority to the animal control officer, so she has jurisdiction and can release the animals herself. And then if the companies continuously do this, then we also are giving the authority for the animal control officer to fine them according to our schedule of fees. But so that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Councilor. Excuse with Councilor Mike.
Madam Chairman?
I have Councilor Marchese, and then I have Councilor Hanlon after that. Councilor Marchese?
A quick question. Why would a person put a trap on their roof if the animal's doing damage to their house only to be released? Explain that to me for a minute. I'm lost somewhere along this interpretation of catching pests and releasing them back the same day. I'm missing something. So you're telling me if you have a problem with animals getting into your house and you catch them, you want to release the safety, so you catch it, then you release it? I'm missing something here.
So that's if they're suffering.
What's the reason? Okay, they're suffering. So
if they're suffering,
you want them released?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's something on the roof, and this gives you the power to go, on the roof. What if you fall off doing that?
I'm sorry.
What's the liability on that? I'm missing something. If you catch something to prevent it from destroying, you're saying they should just go up there and release it back in the same yard?
Madam President, through you to
Councilors, wait a minute. I'm sorry. It's hard to control the meetings as is right now. He has the floor, and Ms. Stacia Giorgione can answer his question, please.
No, I'm not, you know, making fun of him. But if somebody has a problem and they're trapping something, you're saying they should release the animal that they just trapped? That's all I'm saying. I'm trying
Mike,
to figure it out.
Mike, Councilor Marchese, if I can interject, it's like
No,
going fishing.
Councilors, I am.
No, I'm gonna answer his question,
No, you're
Madam
not gonna
President.
answer his question. I want order.
No.
We're gonna get order. Wait a minute.
No, that's all. That's all. I'm just.
Councilor Marchese has the floor.
I'm looking for the answer. I have the floor, and I'm just saying it makes no sense what you're talking about. You're gonna trap something, and it's inhumane if they leave it up there. I understand that, but you want it released back in the area that you just. That's all I'm saying.
Can you
Just trying to
please
figure that out.
Councilor Marchese?
Okay, so this is just so I have the authority to release the animals in an instance where I'll repeat the story quickly again. They suffered for 24 hours in cages, and the pest control company not only acted inappropriate, he actually laughed at me, and I'm an authority, I'm an official for animals. And I had no legal right to tell him to release the animals, so they were suffering. So, and the residents were extremely upset, as myself included. That's basically, it's just a humane way of releasing them where they just suffered on a roof for 24 hours. Not all animals. I mean, we can't control everything.
Where do you release them?
You would release them on the same, in the same area.
Well, where do you release them?
You'd release them on the ground in the same area.
So if someone's paying to have them removed, and we're going to release them back in the same area. Is that what it is?
Well,
so we
this is
catch something, then we just release it.
No, not all of them. I mean, we can't control all of that, unfortunately. This ordinance is so that, you know, by state law, even the MSPCA contacted me. There was multiple animal cruelty complaints against this pest control company. People were upset that they were up there for 24 hours. So when the pest control company came, he not only mocked me in my position, he laughed at me, made residents upset, and said, yes, I'm going to euthanize them. We just wanted to release them because they already just suffered for, 24 hours. So that's all. Like, this instance might not even happen next summer. People might realize, I was climbing ladders, and the fire department's absolutely amazing. They showed up every time. Regular people were leaving, cages on their roofs with animals suffering all day. You wouldn't believe the amount of people that call. People get very upset. So this is just in the rare incidents that this happens again, that a pest control company does not have the authority to just undermine me and take an Everett wild animal out of the city and do whatever he wants.
But does the pest control person have the right to take that animal out of there that's being paid by that landlord?
They actually do.
Are you saying that?
Right now they.
Oh, okay. So what's right now?
So this is so if they're suffering. This isn't a case of where a pest control company doesn't comply with the new ordinance to check in, hot weather, cold weather, whatever the ordinance is going to be. Weather advisories basically is what we use for dogs. Basically, if an animal's there suffering, we have the authority to say we want those animals released instead of, you're just going to go take them and kill them and you just let them sit there suffering.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Lee, did you have any remarks at the time?
No. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Martins, I do see your hand, but I have other speakers. So I will call on you at, the second time around, okay? So I just want you to know. I have Councilor Hanlon, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to Stacia, hi Stacia. I know we have squirrels and raccoons, but I also know we have skunks and possums in the city of Everett. I don't know if they're trapped, if you've seen them, but if it's okay. But my main question is, with all of these animals that may be trapped, have you found any that have been rabid?
Any rabid?
Yes.
Actually,
No, no,
yeah.
not rabbits, rabbit animals. Sick.
Rabid, like rabies.
Yes.
Yes, we've had no rabies, and possums actually don't carry rabies.
Okay. Any other animals? Nothing? You found none?
We actually are lucky in Everett. We haven't had any rabid animals.
That answers my question. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Hanlon. Councilor DePiero.
Thank you, Madam President. Very brief question. We did work on this a bit in committee, but we wanted to hear from our ACO first before we proceeded, if my memory recalls correct. So I just have one quick question about timeline in actual language within the ordinance. I don't know if maybe the sponsor is better suited to answer, but is there a specific timeline included, or is it just blanketly written that if a trap is seen, our ACO can interject, or is there a specific timeline that if it's reported after 24 hours, or if that it's been reported that it's been there for several hours? I'm just looking for any type of language as such.
Is that, Stacia, can you answer that, or does the sponsor?
Yes.
Okay.
Counselor Martins has all that. She can provide you with the exact language she wrote.
Councilor Martins.
Thank you, Madam President. So just as a point of clarification, answering both Councilor Marchese's and Councilor DePiero's question. So right now, this is already the procedure that's in place. So the homeowner will call the pest control company. They usually place the traps on the roofs and around the property. So, and then they release it at some point. They take the animals from there, and they either take them to dispose of them in a very cruel manner, or so what we are doing is just making sure that they do remove the animals within 6 hours, and if they don't, that we have the authority to do so. And when they do remove it, that they do it in the presence of the animal control officer, so she can make sure that it's being done in a humane manner. So now to Councilor DePiero's question, so the timeline is 6 hours if reported or observed.
6 hours.
So it's either can be reported or just observed if she drives by, sees a trap, and then drives by again after the time. And if we continuously see that companies exceed the 6 hours during those months, then she also has the authority to fine them.
Thank you. I was just looking for a specific timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor DePiero. Councilor Martins, did you still have any further? I still see your hand up, so.
Sorry, it's technology. No, I don't, and I would like to move for favorable action on the item.
From the chair, and I'm definitely not telling people how to vote, unfortunately, and I apologize if we did have the ordinance in front of us, but I haven't seen it, so I have no. Go ahead, Councilor Martins, go ahead.
Well, we did.
I'm sure it was given to me. I'm not blaming anybody. Okay, it's my own fault. So that's.
We had it last week. It was also emailed last week, and it's probably in our package. So and
I have last week's package right here. So
I'm slightly disappointed if items get delayed because of information that has already been out there. So it's
no, and I'm okay with that. Yeah. I said me personally, but if everybody has the information, it's up to the will of the body what they want to do with the piece. So thank you very much. And what is the motion?
Madam President, on the motion?
Yes, Councilman McLaughlin.
I also have not seen the exact language. I thought we were waiting for Ms. Golan to come here to talk to us about this item, and then there would be further language provided to us. Am I missing something here tonight?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. And like I said, I apologize if I don't have it. I thought, things get misplaced.
I thought there was nothing that came out of committee. They were waiting for the AOC to appear to talk with us. So how could there be something already in place for not being here until tonight?
So this was supposed to have happened in the last meeting, and everything that was required was provided then. And it's a shame that it hasn't made it to this meeting, but our clerk, our aide was in possession of all of the materials. It has also been emailed prior to our last meeting, and it's a shame that unfortunately it wasn't brought to this meeting where it would be addressed. But I'm glad to email it again, but I'm just extremely disappointed that this was a complete situation from the last meeting. And for whatever reason, whoever manages the administrative part of making this happen just didn't make it happen.
Well, we're not saying it didn't happen. What I'm saying
Don't
is,
have it in front of you. So
I personally don't have.
I'd like to lay this on the table for 2 weeks because I do not have the information. It's not in my packet from this past week. I'm not blaming anyone individually, but if I don't have something in front of me, how can I vote on something?
So the motion.
Madam President, I remember now.
Yes.
This question's for Stacy. Has she ever encountered any wild turkeys, especially around this time?
Is that a joke or is that a real question?
No, it's an honest question.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
So yes, we have wild turkeys. Actually, a couple officers and some of them just got attacked by them at Dunkin' Donuts because people feed them. But yes, we have them. They know me well and they follow me a lot. So yeah, we only have a
to
couple.
your house, or what do you do with them?
We're not allowed to touch them. I really can't handle wildlife unless it's an emergency situation. I know people think that I run around, picking up puppies and playing with wildlife, but that's just not what I do. But yeah, unless they're causing a danger to people, you have to call the environmental police to handle a turkey.
Right. What about those geese?
About them.
They're like a nuisance because every time I drive on that rotary there, going to Mystic View Plaza, they tend to be like crossing the street, and I have to park there and wait for like half an hour late for my appointment a couple of times, and something needs to be done.
Okay, that's environmental police.
I believe
that's not an animal control.
We are definitely off subject. I'm sorry, Council Lee. I don't mean to be picking on you tonight. So
no worries. I probably digress anyways, but thank you.
Thank you, Council Lee. Okay, so the motion, I'm going to take the first motion to lay it on the table for 2 weeks. Council Martins.
All right, so on the motion, I just wanted to clarify because I got really upset and I couldn't really elaborate. So my frustration is just that all the materials pertaining to the discussion were in front of us, printed at the last meeting and also emailed in advance. So the fact that they didn't make it this time around is what really upsets me. But I'm okay with it being laid over to and discussed again in the last meeting.
Thank you, Councilor. If this was summer, I would say it's really important, but where the winter's coming up, I feel that we do have enough time, and it's up to the will of the body it's up to your will also. The motion right now is to lay it on the table for 2 weeks. I do have a second, and it's going to be a roll call vote. If that's the will of the body, that's okay. Council, I keep saying council, I'm sorry. Mr. Mangan, could you please call the roll on laying the item on the table for 2 weeks, item 26.
Yes, Madam President, just also as a point of clarification, to back up what Councilor Martins was saying, after the committee was done, and every committee, Clerk Burley emails every single member. So when he part of the packet, he emails every single member the reports of the minutes for every single committee meeting. So everybody would have had.
Mr. Mangan, we understand the situation. We are not blaming anybody here, okay? All I'm saying is, I apologize. I don't have it. Something could have gone wrong. I understand John Burley emails us on all the report. All I'm saying is, I really don't want to make a big deal out of this, okay? Nobody is pointing fingers to anybody. It's just a matter as that we laid on the table for 2 weeks. I don't see the problem with that. So if the councils don't want to vote to lay it on the table, I'm okay with it. I'm not telling them how to vote.
Okay, so the matter for you is to postpone it till the next council meeting. Councilor Adrian.
Yes. Did you hear me?
Yes, Councilor Adrian, I could hear you. Mr. Mangan, we can't hear you.
Yes.
Council DePiero,
Yes.
Hanlon,
Yes.
Council Lee,
Yes.
Council Marchese,
Yes.
Council Martins,
Yes.
Council McLaughlin,
Yes.
Council Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes,
10 yeas, 0 nays. You are postponed to the next meeting.
thank you. Council McLaughlin, did you have your hand up?
I'm all set, Madam President. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please read item number 27.
Number 27, Madam President, is an ordinance offered by Council President Rosa DeFlorio that the Everett City Council hereby enact pursuant to Chapter 356 of the Acts of 2016, authorizing the City of Everett to establish an affordable housing linkage ordinance. This was in committee tonight for all the members, and it was, they were looking, there was some other stuff, additional stuff that needed to be done in committee. So the committee had recommended to grant further time.
Make a motion to grant further time on item 27.
I have a motion to grant further
Second.
on item 27. And I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Council Adrian,
Yes.
Council Capone,
Yes.
Council
Yes.
Hanlon,
Yes.
Council Lee.
Yes.
Thank you. Council Marchese,
Yes.
Council Martins,
Yes.
Council McLaughlin,
Yes.
Council Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes,
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have granted.
we have granted further time on item number 27. Clerk, please read item number 28.
Item number 28, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Fred Capone that the administration update the council as to the Werner Park project, including the scope of remaining work, anticipated completion date, total expense to date, and total anticipated expense.
Councilor Capone.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the clerk is in possession of a letter. Is that true, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, it is, Councilor. Would you like
Could
me
you
to?
please read that?
Yes. The original, Werner Park should be substantially complete by October 31st, 2020. The park should remain fenced for 2 weeks after substantial completion to allow the sod to become rooted. Punch list items should be taken care of during the time. The original contract sum of the project was $998,491.13. Change orders that have been added due to the increased scope have added another $328,748 to the project, bringing the total construction cost to $1,327,240. At this point in time, the completed work comes to $1,127,126. $87,240 of that sum is for the sod, which has not yet been invoiced.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Madam President, my concern with this has been that, we had a park that was already beautiful and we were spending $1 million on it. And I think my comment was we're making pretty more pretty for $1 million, but it's actually $1.3 million. So there were some change orders that went into effect apparently for $329,000 or so. The park should have been substantially completed by the end of October. They said hold over for 2 weeks. So by our next meeting, the whole thing should be done with the exception of some punch lists. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to request an itemization and breakdown of what the change orders were that added an additional $329,000 to this project. And if we could get what the outstanding punch list is at that time, hopefully by the time it comes back, there are no punch list items and everything will be done. But I would like to get a breakdown on what the additional expense of that $329,000 on top of the $1 million was. So I put that in the form of a motion.
Second the motion.
The motion will be to refer item 28 to our next meeting. And council, you want an itemized list on the 329,000, and you also
Yeah, on
want
that change order.
a punch list of whatever has to be completed. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, and I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Council Adrian.
Yes.
Council Capone.
Yes.
Council DePiero.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon. Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Council Marchese.
Yes.
Council Martins.
Yes.
Council McLaughlin.
Yes.
Council Napolitano. Council
Yes.
Thank you. And President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Postponed for 2 weeks, and I have that. We'll get that information as soon as possible back to you.
Thank you. Clerk, please read item number 29.
Item number 29, Madam President. Resolution offered by Councilor Fred Capone that the administration provide information to the council regarding the publication entitled Everett Matters.
I'm sorry, Councilor Capone.
Thank you, Madam President. Was there a communication on this one as well, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, there was, Counselor, and let me read it to you. This was sent out to the, and forward to you on October 20th, and from Everett. Excuse me, I apologize. The Everett Matters newsletter is composed wholly by the Communications Department. The impetus came from both residents and the Everett City Council requesting more printed materials as opposed to web content and social media. Distribution is done by way of the water bill with no extra postage charge. Hand delivery to local establishment occurs by members of the city administration. The water bill insert is by Kelly Ryan, the company who prints the city's water bill. Kirkwood Printing Company printed the additional newsletters. The total monthly cost for the entire project is $4,000. If any member of the council would like to highlight a council piece they're working towards, they can contact me, work to get their piece into the next newsletter.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I appreciate the response on it. I know that when the Everett Matters piece first came into existence, it was a voluntary online type of publication, which minimal expense. And if you wanted it, you would request it, you'd sign up for it, and you'd be able to access it. Now with this, I'm getting a lot of calls from constituents asking, the expense and why is it my water bill, etc. So that prompted the inquiry. And given we're in the middle of a pandemic, the fiscal situation that we're all in, some people would say $4,000 a month isn't a lot. I'm not one of those people. I think that we've got Facebook, we have ECTV, we've got the web page, we've got 3 newspapers that are more than happy to print any story that the administration would want to print. I think with all of that medium, I think in this given time frame, $4,000 a month, and then using the labor of employees in addition is something that I think we should actually take a look at and say, do we really need to do that with all of those other avenues to get the information out to people? I would ask that we just send, or at least my request, and if my colleagues support it, wonderful. If they don't, they don't. But I would ask that maybe we take another look at this and, given the mediums that are available, maybe we don't need to be doing Everett Matters right now in a print form that's going into the water bill, because a lot of residents aren't happy looking at the water bill and they don't want to see this extra paper with it as well. If the administration thinks that this does serve some vital need that is not covered by Facebook, ECTV, the web page, or the other newspapers, then, they can do it. Maybe instead of it being a monthly thing, maybe it could be a quarterly thing or something like that that might help keep the overall expense down. I think I saw something that Ms. Devaney wanted to speak. I'd have no problem asking her to come before us if she wanted, if that's the will of the body.
Who you inviting up, Counselor?
I think I saw something that Deanna Devaney wanted to speak on the matter.
Okay, so the motion is to invite Deanna Devaney, and do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, thumbs up, please. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, Deanna?
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're well. Thank you for having me tonight. Counselor Capone, I can understand your concern with the cost, but I did want to let you know that this newsletter is a direct result of residents asking for this. We've had a lot of requests from elderly residents that either don't watch the TV, can't get out to get the paper. We are in a global pandemic. This council has asked for more printed materials. I've gotten multiple feedback from this body saying, not everyone has social media. Not everyone looks on the website. So this is a way to get what we're doing, how we're doing it, and the programs we're offering into the hands of residents. So it wasn't just something, we came up with one day. It was a direct result of people asking. So thank you.
Okay. No, and I appreciate that. And what I'm getting is I'm getting feedback from people saying, why am I getting this with my water bill? I don't want to see this with my water bill. And, why am I spending money on? Why is my money being spent they didn't know the expense. So they wanted to know how much that expense was. So now we know the expense is about $4,000 a month. And the concern that's been raised to me is we've got 3 newspapers, we've got ECTV, we've got a web page, we've got Facebook. There's a billion ways to get this out to people. Why are we spending extra money on this? And I understand your point that there are some people that don't have access to some of those mediums, but the free papers might be a way that we can get around that. I just think that $4,000 a month plus labor from our workforce to get the word out every single month might be a little bit more than we need to do right now, especially given the times that we're in. So if there's a need that's not being met by all of those other means, the newspaper, TV, Facebook, etc., then maybe this is something we could do on a quarterly basis as opposed to a monthly basis, and we could save a little bit of expense on that. Still get the information out there, but that would be my thoughts. I don't know what my colleagues feel, but those are my thoughts on it, and those are the thoughts that have been presented to me from constituents.
Deanna, do you have any?
I understand completely what you're saying. Like I said, it's a direct result of the residents asking. Those newspapers, unless they do pay for it, my understanding is that the 3 Everett newspapers aren't delivered to people's homes. So we do have residents that aren't able to get out in the community, people that are, homebound at this point. They can't go out. We're in the middle of a pandemic where we're even to the point where the city's dropping off groceries. If we want to keep these people safe at home and still provide them with information, we do advertise ECTV on the back of it. I don't know if you saw that, but essentially, we're telling people where to get food if you need it. If you need a grocery drop, this is where it will help you. The information is crucial that they get it, especially the people that are homebound. So that's kind of our.
Well, I did see that the information was starting to turn towards resources available and services, which I think is good. That's the information we should be getting. To the extent that it's highlighting different things that we're doing, that could very easily be covered in newspapers, and I don't think that that's a life or death situation. But unless you think it's not capable to be covered, just in an attempt to be a little bit more fiscally responsible with it, I'd be looking to kind of scale it back to quarterly. If there's anything else that's pressing that we could work on it, that's fine. But I don't know that it necessarily needs to be a monthly publication. And a lot of people have said to me that they take offense to opening up their water bill and they see this in there with it. But that's what's been relayed to me. So I'm relaying that to you.
Thank you for that. If I may. So I'm happy to do it. It saves so much time for me to do it quarterly. It's not an easy task. However, the information that we're getting out there on a quarterly basis would be significant. So it doesn't cost us anything right now to mail it in the water bills because it is just 2 sheets of paper, right? But if it was quarterly, then it'd be probably, I don't know, triple that. So then we would have to pay to ship it then. Do you get what I'm saying? So the cost would go up with if we did it quarterly rather than doing it monthly.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I just, what's been relayed to me about cost, and then from my own point of view, $4,000 a month to get this information out that's available in many other forms, it seems a little bit more than we need to do. That's just, especially in the middle of what we're going through. That's just my thoughts on it.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. I have 2 other speakers. First is Councilor McLaughlin, and after Councilor McLaughlin will be Councilor Adrian. Councilor McLaughlin?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I see this issue on both sides of it. I think the more information that we can get out to our residents, the better. It was one of the reasons why I brought ECTV up to a recent committee meeting to talk about programming, because I think we need to highlight. We just saw Boston roll out a tourism program last week for their reintervention into Boston when hopefully or at some point this pandemic is behind us. We need to work to get Everett promoted as much as we possibly can, as quickly as we can, so that we can get out of this pandemic. Businesses can reopen and regenerate in our community. That being said, $4,000 a month does seem a little excessive during the pandemic. Some of us talked tonight about the Encore's donation of $155,000 to buy the bike racks that are in front of their facility. Right, $4,000 a month could, and I know the administration, and I know the city council, we are more than happy to support food banks. We're supporting as much as we can. But $4,000 a month could go a long way right now. I would agree right now that if we were to do it quarterly, the information is very important. We want to get it out there. But if we can break down some of the costs because of what is going on, and then as things get better and things change and page turns, we can go back to looking at a monthly newsletter for the community. But I think doing it quarterly to save money and be able to take that money and reallocate it into other places in our community is in the best interest of our residents currently. That is my thoughts on this matter, and I would support council.
Okay, if the comments, this is in regards to questions to Deanna Devaney. We still have her on in front of us. Councilor Adrian?
Yeah, my question was to Deanna, to Devaney.
Certainly, go ahead.
Mrs. Devaney. So I know you guys put this in the water bill. I just want to make sure that people, what about the tenants who live in apartment buildings?
Yeah, I'm struggling. Hi, Counselor. So I'm trying to find a way to get it in their hands too. So we don't pay for it to go. We only pay for the actual paper for it to go out on the water bills because Kelly Ryan ships it for us. Does that make sense? So if we were to send it out, talking about cost here, if we were to send it out to every single resident, that would cost 50 cents plus the envelope plus the additional paper to the tenants. So what we have done through the city administration is we've taken these newsletters and dropped them. So in large housing buildings, forgive me, I don't know the names of them. My colleagues could probably help me, but I know Glendale Towers. We have someone go and bring them there. Golden Age Circle, someone goes and brings them there. Places that there are large groups of people that need the information. So we are doing targeted things like that. Additionally, they're at local convenience stores. So if people, are walking and they see it, but if you have any suggestions of where else we can bring these to get the word out, or if you have anything you want to put in this, definitely let me know, because getting the word out is what we're trying to do now more than ever.
Yeah, no, thank you. I didn't know that we could add information in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions, Councilor Adrian?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Capone, what is your pleasure on this piece? If we all said, Any
Yeah,
further questions for Deanna Devaney? If not, what can we excuse with the customary thanks, please?
Make a motion.
Yes, excuse me.
So the motion is to excuse Deanna Devaney with the customary thanks. All in favor? Thumbs up.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
All opposed? The thumbs up have it. Okay.
There we go.
Councilor
So, Madam
Capone.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I think that, given everything that's going on, if we could have the administration take another look at this, items that are crucial, like locations of food and things of that nature, we could probably print that up on one piece of paper. Doesn't have to be anything fancy or glossy. That could be dropped at some of the different housing facilities for the elderly, et cetera, those who are probably in their units. But I think we need to take a look at what we're sending out on a monthly basis with the glossy stories, things that are already in the newspaper and that are very easily transferred to other mediums, and see what we can do about trying to scale back that 4,000. I would just like to ask that we as a body send that to the administration, ask them to kind of consider the cost, see if there's another way to be able to get this information out in a little bit more affordable and economical manner.
So the motion is to refer this to the administration and see if they can get the information out with a little more affordable manner. Is that correct, Council Capone?
That's correct. Thank you.
Do I have a second on that?
Second the motion.
So roll call vote, please, to refer this to the mayor's office.
Council Adrian,
Yes.
Council Capone,
Yes.
Council DePiero. Council DePiero. Don't see him on here. Council DePiero. Councilor Hanlon,
Yes.
Councilor Lee,
Yes.
Council Marchese,
Yes.
Council Martin,
Yes.
Council McLaughlin,
Yes.
Council Napolitano,
Yes.
and President DeFlorio.
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, you can record me as a yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Council DePiero. I have that. 10 yeas, 0 nays, Madam President.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have referred the matter to the mayor's office as stated. Clerk, please read item number 31.
Item number 31, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Council Michael McLaughlin and Stephanie Martins that the chairman of the Liquor Licensing Board appear at the next city council meeting to discuss establishments having to close at 11 p.m. And this piece was reconsidered, so it's back before you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I put this reconsideration in after we had discussed this item, but this has been like a hot potato around the COVID-19 situation. And again, we just saw this week Governor Baker come out and roll back the hours of operation for establishments of serving liquor, alcohol to 9:30, I believe it is. So this is something that, again, is something that continues to move, and it's one of those measures that we're trying to figure out the right way to handle it and to understand from the chairman of the licensing commission of how they are implementing the state regulations. But unfortunately, the regulations continue to change, it seems like, at every one of our meetings. So I wanted to reconsider it back then, to refer it back to sponsor, because I thought we had a clear understanding of what the rules and protocols were at that point. But again, the rules and protocols have been changed as of I think Friday of this past week. So, you know what, I will make a recommendation that we refer this back to sponsor right now. But again, I just think we need to understand in the city of Everett, so that all of our business owners understand across the board of the rules and regulations that are being implemented and how it is trickling down to cities and towns from the state government. But I will make a motion to refer this back to sponsor, talk with Councilor Martins, and maybe reoffer something next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Martins, did you have any questions on?
Thank you. No, so I agree with my colleague, and I would just reinforce that we need to have fast and efficient communication with our establishments. happen because things are changing every week and it's hard to keep up with that.
Yes, thank you. So the motion is to refer item 31 back to sponsor. I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Council Adrian,
Yes.
Council Capone,
Yes.
Council Capero,
Yes.
Council Hanlon,
No.
Councilor Lee,
Yes.
Council Marchese,
Yes.
Council Martins,
Yes.
Council McLaughlin,
Yes.
Council Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes, so refer, that was the motion. I'm sorry. Yes.
9 yeas, 1 nay, you referred back to sponsor.
Clerk, please read. I'm sorry. So item 31 was referred back to sponsor. Please read item 32.
Madam President, item number 32 is a resolution offered by Council Fred Capone that the mayor provide the names of all employees along with their job titles broken down by department that have been laid off during or after FY 2020 in the current status as to each individual.
I'm sorry, Councilor Martins.
It's my piece.
I'm sorry, Councilor.
okay.
I apologize. It's the second time I've done that to you. I'm trying to.
That's all.
I'm trying to help somebody out here. So thank you.
Yeah, you're doing a couple of times. I see it. Not a problem, Madam President. Thank you very much. I did get an email today from Attorney Amari identifying the individuals that had been laid off or let go. The only thing that's missing is the current status. I know that some people have gone back, some haven't because some departments aren't open yet. I know she's here. I don't want to take up her time. If she wants to, she can. But I would just ask that if she could just identify for me the ones that have gone back and those that haven't, what the general time frame for them coming back. Doesn't have to do it tonight. We have a long agenda here. We've been going at this a long time. Everyone's been patient. I would just ask that we refer this to Attorney Maury, if she could just break down the ones that have actually gone back and then the ones that haven't, when we anticipate that they would be going back. Because I've been told that everyone that's been let go, the intention is to bring them back. And I just want to make sure that's what's happening. So if we could refer this out to Attorney Maury, I'd appreciate it.
So the motion would be to refer to Laura Amori with an answer back at our next meeting, Councilor?
Yeah, just those that have been, the ones that have actively gone back, and then those that haven't, the estimated time frame when we think that those will be going back to work.
Okay. Now, on that motion, Councilor McLaughlin, at one point I saw your hand. I don't see it anymore. Are you all set?
I am. Thank you, Madam President.
So do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
I have a second. Roll call vote, please, to refer this to Laura Amori with the, Laura does have her hand up, but we do have a heavy agenda.
I'm so sorry, and I don't want to, I'm not going to take any time. I had just asked the counselor for some clarification.
Lara, I'm sorry, Mr. Maury. You do have to be invited up.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to make a motion and we invite up Mr. Morris. She stayed here all night waiting.
Yes.
Hey, sure.
I second that.
Okay, so I have a motion to invite Lara Amori up, and I do have a second. All in favor, thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I have enough thumbs up.
Okay.
So, Lara, I am very sorry for the inconvenience that I caused interrupting you. I didn't mean to do that. I just want to make sure that everything is done correctly. So,
Okay, no problem. I just had emailed the counselor just for some further clarification. We do have, some people weren't laid off completely. Their hours were reduced. They were brought back. Some people, the facilities aren't completely opened yet. So we obviously couldn't bring them back when the facility that they work in isn't open. So I called and I emailed. I'm willing to answer any questions that you have. I was just looking for some clarification as to what exactly you were looking for, other than me just writing out person by person, you know.
Sure. I've got, thank you for the list. I got the list today, so I appreciate that. And I'm just trying to figure out where we're at with some of these folks. Who is actively working, who's still waiting to go back, and the ones that are waiting to go back, if we have a rough time frame on when we're going to have them go back.
Okay. And again, those things change. It's like we just got scaled back to curfew, or if we had plans to reopen the wellness center, and now with the changes to the government mandates, that may have changed our plans. So I think everything now is a very fluid situation. And our focus is on the people coming back to serve the residents and provide the public services that we know that our residents and our constituents need. So we're adapting just as everybody's adapting due to these unprecedented times, as everyone loves to say.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And did the email, did this just go to me or did it go to everybody?
I just sent it to you because I was kind of looking for clarification as to what, if there was anything specific that you were looking for. But the only thing I had included was people's names and their titles, because that is public record, and I wasn't really creating a document to respond to the request. So that's why I had sent it to you to see what else you were looking for, so I could provide.
Okay. And yeah, and it's just their current status. That the request was those that have been laid off, just what their current status is. So I've got the list of everyone that was laid off. I just want to see who's back at work, and those that aren't, what our plans are to try to get them back.
Okay. I mean, most of it's in the budget, so it's whatever's in the budget. I'll update it, and then the Conley Center, the Wellness Center. It's really how things work out with COVID.
Okay.
And vaccines and stuff, but I'll update that and then send that over, and I can forward it to the rest of the council as well, so that they all have the same information.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Councilor McLaughlin, did you have a question?
I do, Madam President. Madam President, I just thought to Ms. Amari. Ms. Amari, I know that things are fluently changing, unfortunately, and has there been any talks about rollback of employees at this point in our city with the newest mandates that have come out from the governor as of last Friday?
I think that we're doing a great job, or as well as we can, given that we have new temperature machines that automatically scan everybody. We have contact tracing. We have limited entry and exit points, blocking off staircases to make sure that people aren't crisscrossing in different ways. So I think it's a kind of a give and take, because we've used the window all summer, but now that it's going to get cold and windy and icy and rainy, you don't really want the constituents standing outside utilizing the window as much. So we're doing everything we can, employee morale and keeping everybody as safe as possible and upbeat, and then also really serving constituents and keeping things open and accessible for everyone.
Great. And I would appreciate just sending me that information as well on the employees.
Of course.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Adrian, I believe I see your hand. Did you have a question? Councilor Adrian, you have on mute.
I thought it was off mute. So thank you. So Lara, because I honestly just don't know how to say your last name. So I don't want you to think I'm being disrespectful to you.
I don't either. That's why I'm calling her Lara.
I've been called worse things than Lara, so I'm good.
Sorry about that.
I just have a question for one employee, because I know that the CFO and the budget director, Lauren, told me that the people who was laid off, they would be coming back, but that person has not been invited to come back. And that person has reached out to me a few times. So I just have for one person.
So, I mean, you can ask any question that you want to ask. I don't know if I'm allowed to discuss employee
Right.
issues pertaining
Right.
to one specific person without notifying them that they're going to be discussed in a public meeting.
Right. So I can email you about that person, and then you can reach
Great.
out to that person, but it'd be great if that person's just waiting to be reached out to.
Great. And I know there are several people, I mean, given the fact that we're not completely open to the public, operations haven't gone back to what they usually went back to, but send me an email or call me and I would be happy to reach out to that person and put their mind at ease.
Okay, doing it right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Councilor Adrian, any further questions? If not,
Excuse me, customary thanks. Thank you.
motion to excuse with the
Thank
customary
you.
thanks. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? I only see one thumb, so do you want to keep Lara here? Okay, all set. Thank you. Good night. So what is your pleasure?
Just refer that over to Attorney Amori just to have a response to the council as to a status of employees that have been laid off and a general idea of when the other folks might expect to, or what the anticipated action is by the city for the other remaining individuals.
Okay, so the motion is to refer item number 32 to Attorney Amori. Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Councilor Capone,
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon,
He's saying yes.
I see that, thank you. Councilor Lee,
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have passed item number 32. Clerk, please read item number 33.
Item number 33, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Council Rosa DeFlorio that the CFO, Eric Demus, appear at the next meeting to explain Everett's plan to obtain funds to provide emergency rental and mortgage assistance to tenants and homeowners.
Number 33. Councilor Martins?
Thank you. So this is a resolution by myself and Council McLaughlin, but it's really a continuation of the work of this council in the city to provide some type of housing solution. So we, back in August, I believe Councilor DePiero and President DeFlorio, we tried to introduce something using funds from the council. It wasn't necessary at the time. So at the last meeting, Council McLaughlin and I had a resolution asking the city to allocate funds from free cash for housing, more like a symbolic ask to see what we could do as a city. And I want to thank the mayor for taking the time to meet with myself and the councilor and the CFO. And he was able to discuss with us and some ongoing efforts to actually get funds from the federal government for the city of Everett. So
Council, we're losing you.
With the community, because those are some great news. So I would just send the invitation to the CFO to discuss the federal funds that are coming to the city of Everett to assist both homeowners and renters, hopefully as soon as possible with these this housing crisis.
So are you asking, I'm sorry, I have a very bad toothache tonight, so I apologize.
We're inviting the CFO to come to our next meeting to discuss with the public what was shared with us, with Council McLaughlin and I during the meeting, about the city's plans to establish a fund for housing coming from the federal government, something that the city is currently working on, and what the solution is.
Do you feel that maybe this should be a separate meeting where it's so important to the general public that we just meet on this issue? Did you want it for our next council meeting?
Well, if we were to have a separate meeting, would that be under a committee, or how would that be?
No, that would be as a committee as a whole, I would recommend, because I'm sure we all have a lot of questions. It's up to you. I'm just feeling that during our meeting, we have so many things on the agenda, and after a while, we all get tired. Let's face it, we all work and we're all tired. So if we do a separate meeting for this, only because it's so important to the rent payers and the people in Everett that are suffering, there would be just an individual just geared towards that item. But it would be a committee as a whole, not a subcommittee. It would be a regular committee just like this, or it would be just on that one item.
Sure. So
I leave that up to the sponsors. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just recommending.
So I appreciate the suggestion, as part of this as well is my frustration with the ineffectiveness of the RAFT program, because if that's all we're relying on right now, it's not working. Everyone that has been referred to RAFT was not successful, and their conditions for approval is also not, they're just not working for residents. So I agree that's an important meeting, and I would definitely support that, but I would also like to give my co-sponsor the opportunity to.
Yes, absolutely.
Hang on it.
Okay. Councilor McLaughlin, I believe.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I echo a lot of the comments that Councilor Mons stated. I want to thank the mayor, CFO, Aaron Devaney, for meeting with us for an extended period of time on a one afternoon last week to talk about one of the very, very important matters facing our community. And I know all of my colleagues share in great concern with this measure in this matter. And that's why we put this on as a goodwill gesture to see where we could start the conversation. And Mr. Demas shared a lot of positive potential for our community with the CARES Fund acting potentials, different ways that funding can come into the city of Everett. So I would like to have him explain that to our body as a whole and to the general public as a whole. So I would definitely support this being a committee of the whole meeting. So that the mayor and Eric Demas and any of the other individuals that Eric wants to bring here to discuss this with us can give us a full understanding. But I think it needs to happen sooner than later. This is something that the clock is running out of time on us. As Councilman said, the RAFT program is not working effectively for us, unfortunately and sadly. So we need to take some other measures in the city of Everett to help out our not only renters but homeowners. This is about individuals that own a 2-family home or 3-family home and need those additional rents to be able to pay their mortgage to keep their homes. So we need to work collaboratively as quickly as possible within our community to help our residents. So I would request that this committee of the whole be set up immediately as soon as possible.
Okay, so that would help out with having this meeting as a committee as a whole. We don't have to wait the whole 2 weeks. We can, I believe we need 48 hours to call a meeting, but we could get together with the clerk, the city clerk, and our administrative to call for a committee as a whole. Is that your recommendation?
It would be my recommendation, Madam President. If we can do that again within 48, 72 hours, however quickly we can make that happen, we need to just continue to move this ball rapidly, because I know every day it's getting greater and greater on our residents in a negative manner.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to refer item 32 to set up a committee of a whole. And I have a second? Roll call vote, please.
Madam President, just before, first of all, I just want to apologize. When I did read it, I just for the record, I read your name. It was Council Martins and McLaughlin, so I apologize for that. The other thing is, I will be in touch, just so everyone knows, I will be in touch with the Mr. Burley, unfortunately due to illness, but I will be in touch with him first thing tomorrow morning to be in touch with you, Madam President, because you would chair that meeting to set up a meeting as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Councilor DePiero.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You referred this matter to committee of the whole, and I hope to get that set up as soon as possible.
Thank you. Please read item, clerk, please read item number 34.
34, Madam President, should be no action taken, but it's a resolution offered by Council Stephanie Martins, a resolution declaring a lack of access to quality internet service as a health crisis.
Councilor Martins.
Madam President, so public health is not just about our personal health per se. It has to do with everything that affects the well-being of our residents. So currently we have to use the internet for everything. That's where we get our information from. That's how we work. That's how we go to school. That's how we apply for things. That's how we pay our bills. So the lack of an infrastructure to provide quality internet service in the city is a public health crisis. And that has been seen by our schools as well. So they worked hard to provide Wi-Fi hotspots for the kids, and we still don't have the infrastructure and the capacity to support that. And they're still experiencing disruption in their service. So I know we're working on the antennas. I know there's ongoing work, but tonight I just want to ask all my colleagues to please support this resolution that declares the lack of access a public health crisis, and that we refer this to the administration to see how we can partner with our providers to see what kind of infrastructure we can have in the city, as you can see with my connection as well, to have better service as a whole, as a city, and be brought to the 21st century of internet.
Thank you, Councilor. Do I have a second on that?
Second the motion, Madam President.
So I have a motion to refer item 34 to the administration. I do have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Council Adrian,
No.
Council Capone,
Yes.
Council DePiero,
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon,
Yes.
Councilor Lee,
Yes.
Council Marchese,
Yes.
Council Martins,
Yes.
Council McLaughlin,
Yes.
Council Napolitano,
Yes.
and President DeFlorio.
Yes.
9 yeas, 1 nay. You have referred this to the administration.
That was 9 yeas, 1 nay on item number 34. Clerk, please read item number 35, and after that, we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Item number 35, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Stephanie Martins that the council signs a letter in support of Senator Sal DiDomenico's right to counsel legislation.
Councilor Martins.
So I wanted to double check actually with our aide to see if, because I believe we did have this discussion in the past, and we had a vote to support this resolution, to support the senator's work. And I just wanted to make sure that a letter was sent out on behalf of the council to support the right to counsel legislation. And if not, then that we can do it. But I believe Councilor DePiero, who was the sponsor of the previous request, wants to add something to it.
Yes, Councilor DePiero.
Thank you. I do recall Councilor McLaughlin and myself putting the same item on a few months ago, and I appreciate your effort on this. I think at the point when we did it, if I recall correctly, the legislation was still being ironed out and wasn't entirely complete. So I think we came to a consensus to follow it up on a later date. And here we are. So while on the subject, if you don't mind, I would like to amend it and add myself and Councilor McLaughlin as co-sponsors, if that's okay. And let's get that letter drafted. Thank you.
So the motion would be to add Councilor McLaughlin and Councilor DePiero to this.
I second that.
Thank you, Councilor Lee.
Anyone else would like to add their names? So we're just supporting the senator's legislation.
I don't want to speak for anybody else, but definitely I would add my name to that. Councilor Napolitano's got his thumb up. Is that telling me you want to add your name? Okay. So at this point.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
I would like to add my name.
Councilor Adrian?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me get this straight now. Councilor Adrian, Councilor McLaughlin, Councilor DePiero, Councilor Napolitano, and Councilor DeFlorio. Do I have everybody? Okay, so roll call vote to add all those names to item number 35. Is it 35? Yes, item number 35.
On the amendment, Madam President, Councilor Adrian,
Yes.
Council Capone,
Yes.
Yes.
Hammond,
Yes.
Councilor Lee,
Yes.
Council Marquez,
Yes.
thank you. Council Martins,
Yes.
McLaughlin,
Yes.
Council Napolitano,
Yes.
Senator Florio.
Yes,
10 yeas, 0 nays, you amend it.
we amended to add all the names that we voted before. Now we have a motion. And I do have a second, I believe, to, if a letter hasn't been drafted, to please draft the letter and send it to Senator DiDomenico. Is that correct, Councilor Martins?
Yes. Thank you.
It's okay.
Madam President, Madam President,
Yes. Councilor Lee?
I move to recess
No,
for
no,
15 minutes.
I understand, but we have to take a vote on this first. Wait a minute. Councilor Capone?
Madam President, just to the extent that we need to suspend the rule about public sentiment, I'm going to ask that we suspend that rule so that we can go forward with the resolution.
Okay, so the motion would be to suspend the rule for public sentiment.
Rule 13.
Second on that? Second, roll call vote, please. To suspend the rule.
Yes.
Rule 13, Councilor Adrian,
Yes.
Council Capone,
Yes.
Yes.
Hammond,
Yes.
Council Lee,
Yes.
thank you. Council Marquez. Thank you. Council Martins,
Yes.
Council McLaughlin,
Yes.
Council Napolitano,
Yes.
and President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays to suspend Rule 13.
Councilor Marchese, I need to see you when you're voting. All I can see is the ceiling. Now,
Madam President,
wait a minute. We're
What's the
still
vote?
not with the vote. I'm sorry, Councilor Lee. I know we have a lot of confusion. Now the motion is to refer this to the Senator as amended. And I have a second on that?
I second that.
A second. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, roll call vote.
Council Adrian,
Yes.
Council Capone,
Yes.
Council DePiero,
Yes.
Council Hammond,
Yes.
Council Lee,
Yes.
Council Marquez.
Councilor Marchese?
That's what the score is.
Council Martins,
Yes.
They're down by 7.
Council Marquez, we gotta see you.
I'm here. See me?
We
No,
have
we don't see you.
You can't see me?
We can't see you.
I think he has a power outage.
see internet. It's a crisis.
Ollie answering tree.
I think he's knocked out.
Okay, clerk, continue with the vote, please.
Council McLaughlin,
Yes.
Council Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
9 yeas, 0 nays. The order is passed. Now, before we, this is only, I just want the viewing audience, we're gonna break for 15 minutes, and then we are going to return. So councilors, don't go anywhere, please, because we do need a quorum. Thank you.
Madam President,
Now I'll take the motion, Councilor Lee.
I move to recess for 15 minutes.
Do I have a second on that?
On that motion.
Yes.
On that motion.
It's Councilor Capone.
On the motion, that's just to refresh the Zoom connection,
It's
right?
only to refresh the Zoom, yes. It's not because
So
we're
we-
actually taking a break.
We don't have to sign off. We're just going to leave it on.
We're gonna leave it on, and then we're gonna come back after 15 minutes and make sure everything is okay. Thank you
Very,
so much.
thank you very much.
The motion is to adjourn for 15 minutes, recess for 15 minutes.
Wait, Madam President,
Yes,
does this mean that we have to pay twice as much for the service?
no, we're getting a
No.
discount, senior citizen discount tonight.
No, seriously, seriously. So if we go over like 4 hours in a meeting,
I'm
we
sorry,
have to pay
Council.
extra?
I don't know. You're off subject right now. You're more than welcome to put that on the agenda and ask the question next time. So a motion to take a 15-minute break. All in favor, thumbs up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed, the ayes have it. This meeting is ready to reconvene. The clerk, please read the next order of business.
Madam President, item number 36 is a resolution offered by Councilor Stephanie Martins to request administration allocate the necessary funds to improve the technology and broadcasting of the city council meetings.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Madam President. So I think at this point, this is a mutual request from all of us, but since the budget meeting, I have been emphasizing that the times have changed and so have our priorities, and we should be allocating extra funds into human services, technology, and broadcasting. I know the clerk is already working on it, just like they're working in making our chamber more safer also in terms of COVID. But if there's any way, even if it involves outsourcing, but just so we can really improve the delivery of these meetings so everybody can participate in the process, as important things are happening here every 2 weeks in every committee meeting. So just refer this item to the administration, and if everybody would like to add their name, I'm pretty sure the sentiment is shared, and that we can have improvements happen soon.
Well, Councilor, I don't know if I'm able to talk on this where it's under new business, but you're referring it for action. So I've been talking with the administration, and what I'd like to do, what we should be doing, is asking the administration for this to go out to bid. Because we have amplifiers that are 40 years old. So we have a lot of materials that are very, very old. So I believe it has to go out to bid with an amount, and then we can ask for the amount. Because the chambers is ours, it belongs to the councilors. So then we can ask for an amount to be transferred from whether free cash or whatever to an account where this can be done. As far as making it safe, I've put plexiglass out throughout the whole chambers. So there are councilors that do want to come in person, and there are councilors that want to be home, which is fine. But we have to make sure that everything works. We can't have the interruption that we've been having. It's very frustrating for everybody, including our viewing audience. So we could put all our names on this, whatever you prefer, or whatever the body prefers. That's what I will honor.
Second the motion.
I have Council McLaughlin on the piece speaking. Council McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I echo the comments of Councilor Mons. We need to, as I said 2 weeks ago, get our chambers in order. And I think, did we start to rewire some of the chambers or do some work in the past week in the chambers to try to rectify some of the issues that we've been having, Madam President? Is that correct?
Yes, Council McLaughlin, I've been working on this constantly. It's from day one. So
no, but recently, Madam President, did the wire department go in there and identify some existing issues and start to work on those in the last?
Yes, unfortunately, the amplifiers are 40 years old, and you can't fix something that's 40 years old, so we're gonna have to put new ones in.
Yeah.
So I will continue to work on this, and I will update everybody as soon as I have an answer. So I will let you know on that. It's going to be a temporary fix. We're always going to have issues if we don't update everything. You can't put old and new together. It just doesn't work. So we're doing the best that we can under the circumstances, because nobody knew that this pandemic was going to come. So when you hear the comments, well, the council should know better, that we would have put this in capital improvement if we knew this 20 years ago or 10 years ago. But unfortunately, everything was working fine. Why fix what's not broken? Now it's broken and we need to fix it.
So Madam President, my question to you is there ongoing work right now in the chambers? I'm obviously.
Absolutely. There's plexiglass everywhere. There's mics being worked on. There's wiring going on, and this is on a daily basis.
So that's what I wanted to get to, that there is already ongoing work to be being done on this matter.
Yes.
And I fully support Councilor Mons' measure on this and would like to add my name and like to see this work continue. And if that means we have to stay here on Zoom a little bit longer or for another meeting or for whatever that time frame is, let's do so that when we go back to the chambers as a body, we can go back in a professional manner and all be on the same page and all communicate together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor DePiero, did you have a question?
I was just going to ask you as the chair to ask our colleagues for a thumbs up if they would like to add their names, if that's okay with the
That's
original.
exactly what I was gonna do. You're a little ahead of me. Thank you. Okay, thumbs up if you all want your name on it. I see thumbs up from Councilor Hanlon, Councilor Capone, Councilor DePiero, Councilor Martins, Councilor Napolitano, Councilor McLaughlin, and Councilor Lee, and myself. Councilor Marchese. Okay, so Councilor Adrian, I'm sorry. I don't know if you were getting up or you're getting ready to say something. Thumbs up for Councilor Adrian. So everybody, okay. So if we could please amend item 36 to put the entire city council on it. So on the amendment, roll call vote.
Amendment to add every member of the city council as a sponsor, Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Councilor DePiero.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
No, I mean, yes.
Councilor Marchese. Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
Thank you. I have that. And President DeFleur.
Yes.
Any nays to amend?
Okay, and we have recommendation to send it to the mayor's office, and I do have a second as amended. Roll call vote, please.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Councilor DePiero.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You referred it to the administration.
Clerk, please read item number 37.
Item number 37, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Stephanie Martins. Request for public input on behalf of the diversity action.
Councilor Martins.
Sure. This is actually just a quick message just to say that the diversity task force, soon to be commission, is actually requesting input from the community as far as their experiences with the Everett Police Department, how we can improve the relationship between the community and the police. And we welcome the community to voice their concerns in whatever language they want to write to us. We'll find a way to translate it, and they can email it to everettdiversityandequity@gmail.com, and that's a separate body from the city, from the council, from the police, and everything will be kept anonymous. So Everett Equity and no, sorry, one second, I dropped it. Everett Diversity and Equity @gmail.com.
Okay.
And refer back to sponsor.
So the motion on item 37, now you want to refer this back to sponsor, Counselor, but how are we going to advertise where people can email?
Oh, okay. So refer to ECTV then. And I think it was advertised there, but we can continue to advertise.
Okay, so the motion is to send it to ECTV and to advertise the.
I second that.
Advertise the website to the diversity and task force.
I second it.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilor Adrian.
No.
Councilor.
Yes.
Councilor DePiero.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Is that me?
Councilor Henry.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
I didn't hear him.
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
9 yeas, 1 nays. You referred it to ECTV to advertise.
Thank you. Clerk, please read item number 38.
Item number 38, Madam President, is a resolution authored by Councilor Stephanie Martins that the Everett Community Action Network, also known as ECAN, provide information on how community members have been assisting fellow neighbors and how individuals might reach out for.
Councilor Martin.
Sure. So my first action here is actually, I apologize. I would like to amend it to change the name to Everett Community Aid Network, ECAN. So these individuals are residents from the community that got together, and they have been doing an amazing work, pretty much exchanging whoever has something to help, whether it's driving something or donating funds, and matching those people with neighbors reaching out, asking for different types of help, and also connecting them with resources from the city. So it's almost like an arm, an extension to the work that the city has been doing, but now between neighbors, helping neighbors. So I would like to invite them to come to our next meeting and just explain a little bit of what they're doing and how people can reach out, and how we can collaborate. And so that's that.
So on that motion, Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would respectfully ask my colleague to send this to Government Operations, Public Safety, Public Service, because I think it's going to be a lengthy discussion. I would like to know more about this group, although I do know them through social media. I'd like to know more about their efforts and their work and what they've been doing over the last several months. So I think it's going to be a lengthier discussion. So I think if we send this to that committee, we can really dive into this and find out what that group is all about and what the good work that they've been doing. And have a lengthier discussion than here on the floor of the council.
Okay, so Councilor McLaughlin, do you put that in the form of a motion?
I do refer that to, put that in the form of motion to refer to Government Operations, Public Safety, Public Service.
I second it.
I have a second and roll call vote. That takes precedent. Wait a minute. First, we have to vote on the amendment, I believe. Then after the amendment, I will take that vote. So the amendment is that you want to change it to Everett Community Network. Is that correct, Councilor Martins?
So Everett Community Aid Network instead of Action Network.
Aid Network. Okay. So do I have a second on that, on the amendment?
Second.
Second. So let's take a roll call vote. And all we're doing right now is changing that the Everett Community Action is going to be taken out and it's going to be replaced with aid. Is that correct? Okay. Roll call vote on the amendment.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Yes.
Piero.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon. Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Councilor
Yes.
Marchese. Councilor Marchese. You're frozen there. If you have it. Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10-0 on the amendment.
So the piece has been amended by 10-0 and
Change the name.
I had a motion on the table to send it to committee that takes precedent over anything else. But so that was done by Council McLaughlin and Council Lee seconded. Roll call vote going to committee on governments and operations.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
Piero.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10-0, you sent it to government ops.
10 yeas, 0 nays. Item 38 is sent to government ops as amended. Clerk, please read the next item.
Agenda number 39. Information materials and education resources during the current housing crisis.
Councilor Martins.
So this is the last one of me tonight. But so this is something I was actually working on with our former planning director, Tony Souza, on just, it's going to be included in future materials, but I feel like it's important now that we make sure that information that's available, especially coming from the AGO's office or the material that was created by the city, as far as who to reach out to for help and resources, that we print that out and distribute to all of our households. And I wanted to refer this to the administration and see if we can get it out as quickly as possible so everybody has access to information.
Madam President.
Councilor Lee, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
wait a minute, Councilor Lee, wait a minute. I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound rude. I don't want to be arrogant. I'm trying to keep this order. You need to put your hand up on the.
I did.
I don't see it. No, not on the screen. On the computer, you have to have the blue hand up. Councilor McLaughlin has the floor as of right now. Thank you, Councilor Lee. Councilor McLaughlin.
Madam President, I apologize. Madam President, I'm all set with on this item. I apologize.
Okay, Councilor Lee, I'm sorry about that. I don't mean.
No, I yield the floor to Councilor Capone. You can speak before me.
Councilor Capone.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Councilor Lee. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
To the sponsor, I just want to make sure that I understand this, because as it reads, it's asking that the city of Everett mails out information materials educating residents and housing. Who are we mailing it to?
So, Madam President, so answering the councilor's question through you, so I would suggest to the administration that we leave it outside of every household. So it includes everybody, but those are resources for both for landlords and tenants. So so a combination of who to call and the resources available to all.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. Through you, Madam President, that is going to be a very expensive transaction, I would think, if you're going to put that in front of. And I understand the concern. I understand what you're looking to do, but if you're going to try to mail this out or deliver it to every single household in the city, that's going to be a pretty expensive endeavor. I'm not opposed to getting the information out, but I definitely would want to know the cost before we're saying go ahead and do it. I was just railing on $4,000 a month on a newsletter, and now we're going to give a notice to every single house in the city. That could get a little pricey.
So this was this is part of the plan for the residence guide that we're working on through the Everett Housing Task Force, but due to the immediate need to get this information, I would assume the same way most people, I assume everyone here has received a request for a survey on the shared streets that they just deliver to your house without mailing it to you. So if we have any way to have it delivered without having to be mailed, but either that or we can include it in the already existing Everett Matters and just get it out to as many people as we possibly can in whatever sustainable way that we're using right now. Just get this information out in a way that is accessible, whether we have to leave it in stores, but just print it as a city and get it out to our residents in our communications. Through you, Madam President, I'm supportive of the concept. I'm not supportive of the means of getting the message out there. Maybe the webpage, maybe ECTV, maybe the newspaper, do something like that. But getting into a full-scale delivery to every house in the city, I can't agree with that. But I'm only one vote. So But I understand what you're trying to do, though.
Thank you, Councilor Capone. Councilor Lee?
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Capone. It can get very expensive, and we don't know who are the renters to send them to. And if we were to send it out to every residence in Everett, most of them are homeowners, so there's no need for that. And chances are, those renters, they don't even read the paper. So we're just like spending money for something that's not as effective as we would want it to be. So my suggestion for this piece right here is just put it on Facebook and have it share and share and share and share and share until it gets the word out. And the best part about it is free. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Adrian.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna make a big quick plug again. This is very similar to the Housing Stability Notification Act that I'm hoping that the city solicitor would recommend to move forward instead of rejecting it. This would be very similar where it would only happen to people once they are in that process of getting that notice to quit. So that would be another alternative way instead of us mailing to all household. I will say though, I think Councilor Martin's got the idea from the city of Boston. The city of Boston, their housing stability office, they mailed the information about what their office offers as well as what the state is going to offer to a percentage of the households in Boston. And the funding they used for that was from the CARES Act funding to do that. So just to let you guys know.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, if you're all done speaking, please put your hand down so I know you don't want to speak a second time. Councilor Lee, you already spoke. Councilor DePiero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand some of my colleagues have concern about the cost, but I was a little bit on the opposite end of that with the Everett Matters piece in my own head. It's definitely worth looking into getting the information directly into the hands of our residents and just having a conversation about the cost before we go forward. I don't know how many doors are in Everett. Let's just say it's 8,000 households, which I'm sure there's many more than that. That's $4,000. That's a month worth of Everett Matters. So let's at least evaluate the cost before we just completely turn down the idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor DePiero. Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just going to echo some of Councilor DePiero's statement. So there's about 11,200 households and about 5,200 in condo buildings and apartment buildings across the city of Everett. So that's a lot of doors in the city of Everett. What can we look at, like reverse 911, robocall, using that sort of mechanism to be able to get into homes and to be able to communicate with residents through that way, maybe give them an option of pressing a dial 2 or 1 to get further information into a program like this. That seems like a possibility that would save a lot of money and be able to get this information out into the right ears and into the right homes across our city. But to go citywide with this, I'm totally in favor of supporting this, but I think that it would be a huge cost to hit every door in the city of Everett with this information. But we'll obviously support the will of my colleagues and ready to also help if we have to deliver information ourselves in our respective wards. I'm happy to go out and deliver my ward and get that information to every house in my neighborhood in my ward. Thank you.
Just make sure you don't give me any steers. Councilor Martins.
Thank you. So, Jesus, I blanked. Having a Joe Biden 11 o'clock moment. I'm sorry. But so this is, so when we started looking at the issue of housing in the city of Everett, one of the issues we have is that the landlords also need to be educated on rights. So it's not just a renter issue, it's for everybody. So this would be for every household, and we don't know who is who. And this is general information involving everything. How can a homeowner get help if their mortgage is late, you know? So it's for everybody. And a lot of these materials, they already exist through the Attorney General's office, but we could customize and make it ours, or we can use things that are already printed from their office and just have it distributed, or just like do it ourselves in our wards. But it's just making sure that people do receive the information. It's already being shared online, but still there are people that are not receiving it. So it's beneficial if people get it, you know, outside of their doorsteps. And it benefits everybody. It's not just about tenants, and it's a way that we don't have to punish anyone for not having the info, because the city is giving everyone in general access to this information and all different resources.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. Let me see.
And
If you're all done speaking, can you please put your hand down? If you want to speak again, leave it up.
All right, so I just wanted to say that I would like to refer this to the communications office, and then we'll assess what kind of efforts we need to do and then take it from there.
Okay, so Counselor McLaughlin, you're all done speaking?
Madam President, I do have just one question I have to ask you. Did I hear?
Wait a minute. I believe, I'm sorry. When you keep your hands up, that's what happens. It confuses on this end because I don't know if you've spoken once, twice, or 3 times. So I believe Councilor Capone is up next. And then it's you, Councilor McLaughlin, because your hand never actually went down originally. So Councilor Capone?
Thank you, Madam President. If the materials we're talking about is pre-printed and it's not something that we're printing up, maybe we could provide on ECTV, on our webpage, in the newspaper, that there are materials available to be picked up at City Hall, so that there'll be a central location. There would be no cost involved there, and people who did need it, wanted access to it, would be able to get to it, as opposed to a full-scale distribution. But whatever the council wants to do with regards to looking into it, I'm okay, but I'm just not willing to commit to full-scale mailing across the city. That's my only holdup. So short of that, I'm willing to support it.
Thank you, Councilor Capone. Councilor McLaughlin?
Madam President, thank you, Madam President. Clarification to you. This evening during public participation, I know we can't answer residents, but did we have a resident from Malden come and tell us that the individuals in City Hall are telling residents to just leave their apartments and to just walk away from their homes if they are given eviction notices? Or was I misunderstanding that resident? Can you clarify that for me? Because if that's the case, we need to start educating those individuals before we educate the residents that are going to be calling for the help. I could be misunderstanding on that. Can you clarify that for me?
I did hear that. As far as that goes, I think we need to do some further investigation with the administration. But
yeah, okay. So I wasn't okay. So I wasn't the only one that heard that.
No,
so I think we need to start with our our employees before we're asking people to go and get the information from the people that had not informed themselves. But I just wanted to clarify that. But I thank you for your answer.
okay, Councilor DePiero.
Thank you. I know it's late, colleagues. Just one more point. You know, I would think the idea of this is really reaching the people that are constantly left out of communication, left out of the process. Those aren't the people that read Facebook and that read the newspapers and say, okay, let me go to the City Hall lobby and grab these flyers or resources that are available to me, which is really the explanation for the need to get it directly in their mailboxes in their hand. Through the chair to Councilor McLaughlin, that is something that definitely should be looked into. I know the mayor wanted to address it earlier, but wasn't allowed to. And if that is going on, that's a concern of mine as well. That should not be happening, and we need to make sure that number one, if it is factual, and number two, to correct it and to make sure people are trained properly with the resources and programs available for our residents. Thank you.
You're welcome. So the motion would be on this item to send it to the community. Where did you want to send this, Ms. Councilor Martins?
The communications department, and I fully don't support it being mailed. We need to find a way to deliver. But yes, we do have a huge immigrant community that does not use the same means of communication that we do. And I also just wanted to affirm that the individuals that reached out to me, especially from the immigrant community, I have had the pleasure to work with Assistant City Solicitor Keith Slattery, who mediated those conflicts directly and was able to de-escalate the situation so that tenants could stay. So it's we definitely have to make sure that the 301 employees have the same kind of instruction. Of course, they're not attorneys, but at least they know where to refer people effectively. But so refer to the communications department, make sure that we're not mailing, and that we can come up with a way to get it to as many people as possible in all different avenues.
So we're going to refer the item to the communication department and have them get back to us in 2 weeks with a recommendation or with a price. Is that correct?
They could come up. a full recommendation, including a price if there is one.
Okay, I believe on the motion, Councilor Hanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Everything's going right. Yeah, I've heard all of this business before, years and years of being in politics. I've heard all of these kinds of things. And tonight I'm hearing something that's wrong. And what I'm hearing is that mailings, we cannot, as a public body, deliver anything to a mailbox. Please remember that. We cannot deliver anything. Mailboxes are for U.S. mails only. You can't put anything else in it. And especially if it's a municipality that's doing this, we're getting a lot of trouble with the U.S. Post Office. So think of something else besides just dropping it off in mailboxes. Thank you.
Councilor DePiero?
I forgot to move my hand, but I do second the motion and hopefully call for the question unless anyone has any other comments. I think we had a consensus.
Thank you. Is to refer to the communications director with answer back in 2 weeks. I do have a second roll call vote.
Yes.
Councilor Capone.
Yes.
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 There were a number of journalists out there who were sort of celebrating along with them in direct conflict with things they had said previously about mass gatherings. Like Greenwald,
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes, yes.
More on that subject.
Yes.
Martins.
Yes.
Council McLaughlin.
Yes.
Council Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
0 nays, Madam President. You were referred to the Communications Department and to get back with 2 weeks with a recommendation.
Thank you, Councilor. Clerk. Clerk, please read item number 40.
Item number 40, Madam President, is a resolution by Council Matusky that the Liquor Licensing Board consider waiving and reducing license renewal fees for the year 2021 for businesses affected by COVID-19.
Where the sponsor is not here, Madam President, I would request on his behalf that this item be postponed to the next meeting.
Second that.
The motion is second to postpone item number 40 to the next meeting with the sponsor is not here. Roll call vote, please.
Councilor.
Yes.
Yes.
DePiero.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Napolitano.
Yes.
And President DeFlorio.
Yes.
0 nays, you are postponed it.
Item number 40 has been postponed to our next meeting. Clerk, please read item number 41.
Number 41, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Council Peter Napolitano that Mr. J. Monty appear at the next government operations meeting to explain how the shared street test program works and why residents were not notified in advance of implementation.
Councilor Napolitano.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I live on one of the shared streets. I found out about it when I came home for lunch and found the intersection of Clinton and Cottage Street practically blocked off. In living in this neighborhood all my life and having served the city on this time, I've never had neighbors come up to my house and ring my doorbell. They did that week. Then 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, we see some information about it in the local paper. And then last week, I find this in my mailbox. This is the survey flyer that Council Martin was talking about. Look, this may be a great program, and I have no idea, but I have no idea because these neighborhoods were not informed that this was going to happen. It just happened, and we can see problems on my street. Now, I'm not sure how they're determining the benefit of this, and I'm sure there is. But, putting on here a thing just saying we request feedback, most people aren't going to send this in. And you're saddling some of these neighborhoods with some serious problems. I've witnessed several near head-on collisions on my own street here because cars coming down, going into these sections of the street that have these pylons in them to cut the traffic down. People trying to race around those pylons first. It's getting very dangerous. The intersection of Cottage and Clinton on the two-way side of Cottage, very dangerous. I'd like to know, one, how they made this determination to do this. Two, what data they used to make this determination. And three, what was so hard about informing the public about it ahead of time? So I'd like to ask these questions to Mr. Monty, and I'd like to invite him to the next government operations meeting, where I have many questions, and these questions are all coming from my neighbors. So I would like to refer this to government operations and invite Mr. Monty to attend.
Second.
Second.
Item number 41, the governance and operations, and invite Mr. Monty. I do have a
second that.
Second.
Yeah.
Council Capone.
Yes.
Piero.
Yes.
Hanley.
Yes.
Council Lee.
Can't hear him.
Yes.
Yes.
Council Martin.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Council Napolitano.
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays, Madam President. You referred this to government operations.
Thank you. Item 41 has been referred to government operations. And clerk, please read item number 42.
Item number 42, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Gurley Adrian to request ADA diversity and inclusion training for all City of Everett employees, including elected officials.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes, so just like talking about training, and particularly some of our City Hall customer facing employees, I witnessed about a month ago a treatment of a resident by an employee, and I was very shocked by what I saw. And it came to a grips that some of the City Hall staff just needs training, particularly when it comes to dealing with our residents, which majority, are immigrant families. English may not be their first language. And so I'm hoping that we could send this to the mayor and the administration and see if they can work on that.
Okay, so the motion would be to send item 42 to the mayor's office. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Second. Roll call vote, please.
Order online. I wanted my
Adrian.
Yes.
Council Capone.
Yes.
Councilor DeFlorio.
Yes.
Councilor Hanley.
Yes.
Councilor Lee.
Yes.
Councilor Marchese.
Yes.
Councilor Martins.
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano.
Yes.
DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays, Madam President. You referred this to the mayor to address this issue.
So item 42 has been referred to the mayor's office. It was 10 yeas, 0 nays. Clerk, please read item number 43.
Item number 43, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Gurley Adrian to provide an update to the website updates that we paid for and why the COVID-19 numbers related to age, I apologize, that's a typo, age, gender has not been updated since July 2020.
Councilor Adrian.
Yes, I send this to the communications office. There hasn't been an update on the website. I'm just wondering why.
Okay, so the motion is to refer this to the communications office to have the COVID-19 numbers updated on the website. Is that correct? Okay.
Second.
I got a yes. I have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
People voted
Yes.
or whether marginalized groups lived or died. They should be reaching out first to apologize, and that's the bare minimum before there can be any talk about love and
If anybody has their TV on, please mute yourself. I would appreciate it. I'm sorry. In the middle of the vote.
I watched even a DNC.
Yes.
Councilor
And
Hanlon.
now, an election that everyone boarded up their buildings and their.
Counselor Hanlon,
Councilor Hanlon said he can't hear you, so I'm sorry, we're in the middle of the vote. So this is on item 42, Counselor.
Hey,
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes. Whatever. I don't know what we're doing here.
0.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeting this. Is anyone archiving these Trump?
Yes.
Downplay.
Counselor Casey,
yes.
What's going on here?
Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio,
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. You have referred item number 43 to communication. Clerk, please read item number 44.
Item number 44, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Councilor Michael McLaughlin that the Human Resources Director appear at the next government operations meeting to discuss a variety of topics regarding city employees.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Madam President, thank you. Madam President, I make a motion that we invite Ms. Amori to the next government operations meeting. Yearly, I am going to, and I did this last year, I'm going to put a piece on like this just to, so that we never find ourselves in another situation like we did a few years back when the Health and Wellness Center situation unfolded. So I spoke with Ms. Amori previously. She agreed to come to the meeting and to discuss some protocols and procedures to make sure that everybody is in great communication so that we are all working on the same page and working collaboratively together. So I make a motion to refer this to Government Operations, Public Safety, Public Service. And I will
The
be.
motion is to refer item 44 to Government Operations and invite Ms. Amori. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Yes.
Hanlon, Counselor Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marchese,
Yes.
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays, Madam President, you referred to government operations.
So item 44 is referred to Government Operations. Clerk, please read item number 45.
Item number 45, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Council Michael Marchese that Sergeant Gaff of the Traffic Commission appear at the next meeting to discuss parking ordinances and parking fees that need to be updated.
Council Marchese.
Yeah, just refer this to Sergeant Gaff to appear before us next meeting and talk about the changes in the residential parking and also any suggestions that this board may have. They could be added that night to them or suggested that night.
Second.
So the motion is to refer item 45 to the our next council meeting and invite Sergeant Gaff. I have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Adrian,
Yes.
Counselor Capone,
Yes.
Counselor DePiero,
Yes.
Counselor Hanlon,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Counselor Marchese,
Yes.
Counselor Martins,
Yes.
Counselor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Counselor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
Thank you. 10 yeas, 0 nays. You're postponed it to the next meeting.
10, no, 10, yes, 10 yeas, 0 nays. Next meeting, and make sure Sergeant Gaff gets invited to the meeting, please. Thank you. Clerk, please read item number 46.
Item number 46, Madam President, is a resolution offered by Council Peter Napolitano that the Everett Police monitor traffic on Elm Street in the vicinity of Woodlawn Cemetery due to reports from residents of excessive speeding.
Counselor Napolitano.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of calls and comments from residents in that area. Traffic coming in from Revere down on Elm Street by Woodlawn Cemetery is they're racing there. So I'd like to refer this to Sergeant Gaff and the Traffic Commission for immediate action to monitor this area and see if we can't do something to get this under control.
So a motion to refer item 46 to Sergeant Gaff.
Second.
Madam President.
Yes.
Yeah,
Counsel.
can I amend this piece?
What would you like to amend?
Why?
To include Bryan Street and Rich Street because there's been excessive speeding there, and constituents are really concerned.
You want to amend item 46 to add Birch Street and Bryan Street?
Rich Street and Bryan Street.
It's okay with me if it's okay with the sponsor. Councilman
Second the motion. Second the amendment.
Councilor Napolitano.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, the Everett Police only have a limited number of monitoring systems. I really don't want to put them in a position when we already have identified a dangerous area that one of us is trying to call attention to by giving them the option deciding where they want to place this monitoring equipment. This is a serious problem in that area. It's a major street, a lot of traffic, a lot of people walk, I don't have a problem with amending it, but I do have one if I feel that's going to dilute the purpose of this piece.
No, it's not. It's just going to add to it because here's Bryan Street and here's Rich Street, and then you have the school, and people are speeding, and when the children are ambulating to school, and all these cars are speeding. What do you think of that situation?
Counselor, there is no cross debate, please. Okay, I understand it's late. I understand we're frustrated.
Well, through you, I was speaking through you, President.
Counselor,
Whatever.
I believe the best thing to do is put it on the agenda for next time under your name and the streets that you would like. Or the recommendation is to call Sergeant Gaff, because that's how I usually get things done. But anyways.
Right. But since, Madam President, since we're on this piece, I would just like to amend it, and I got the second.
I don't know if you got a second. I didn't hear the second.
I'll second it.
Okay. So the motion is to amend it to add Rich Street
and Bryan Street.
Bryan Street.
Thank you.
On the amendment, roll call vote.
On the amendment, Councilor Adrian,
Yes.
Councilor Capone,
Yes.
Councilor DePiero,
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon,
Yes.
Councilor Lee,
Yes.
Councilor Marchese,
Yes.
Councilor Martins. Councilor Martins,
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
Councilor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano,
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
You have amended it to add Bryant and Rich Street.
So item 46 is amended to add Rich and Bryan Street. Now I have refer this to the on the piece itself. Favorable action
As amended.
as amended. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Madam Chairman, not the motion was not favorable action. The motion was to refer this to
I know.
Sergeant Gaff and the Traffic Commission.
Yes. So the motion would be to refer it to Sergeant Gaff and the Traffic Commission.
Madam President,
Yes, Councilor Lee.
with the 2 weeks report, so I expect Sergeant Gaff to report back in 2 weeks.
So the motion is to refer to the Sergeant Gaff to monitor traffic on Elm Street, Rich Street, and Bryan Street with a report back in 2 weeks. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Roll call vote as amended, please.
On the other amendment, report back in 2 weeks. Councilor Adrian,
Yes. Yes.
I got that, Councilor Adrian. Thank you. Councilor Capone?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon?
Yes.
Councilor Lee?
Yes.
Councilor Marchese?
Yes.
Councilor Martins?
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano?
Yes.
President DeFlorio.
Yes.
Further amended it by asking to Sergeant Gaff to report back his findings in 2 weeks, and then, now what do you want, still want to refer this to,
We're gonna refer this to Sergeant Gaff, as we said, with an answer back in 2 weeks on his findings.
okay.
Okay, so we've already taken a vote on this. Now,
Motion to adjourn?
I have a hand up, Councilor McLaughlin.
Madam President, before we adjourn, I just want to point a personal privilege, if you don't mind, and that is to thank you for running a well-organized meeting here this evening on Zoom. And as we continue to see COVID-19 cases increasing drastically in our city, I think we should, as a body, so that we can work collectively together to do the business of the people, stay here on Zoom and continue to work as a team to help move the city of Everett forward. And I thought tonight, after a 5-hour meeting, we had a great success in our meeting this evening. And I hope that you, as the president, will take that under consideration to keep us on Zoom so that we can all work collaboratively together as a team. Thank you.
Councilor, I have kept that under consideration forever, but I also have, I just want to make it clear that I also have folks and councilors that want to come to the chambers. So I, as the president, I'm not magic. I try to do the best I can to please everybody.
Madam President, they can attend the chambers. You saw it tonight. Councilor Hanlon is there in the chambers tonight, and anyone else who
Yes.
wants to know. But if we stay on Zoom, we will stay on task and we will stay on.
We've always been on Zoom. That's never been the issue. It's the problem with the chambers and the
Good microphone.
Councilor Napolitano.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I second that. You did a great job tonight. I just want to remind, again, speak on personal privilege. This Wednesday is Veterans Day. The city is, unfortunately, because of COVID, it will not be doing its usual honoring of veterans. But I just want to remind everybody that it is Veterans Day. Say thank you to a veteran. They've given a lot their free time to be able to make sure that we have our freedoms. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Napolitano. Councilor Martins.
So through you to Council McLaughlin's point, I think we were successful because Councilor Hanlon has a computer in front of him, just like the school committee has adopted, where they can be in person, but they each have a computer. So that way we're fully on Zoom as well, instead of trying to do the hybrid with 20,000 cables that we have going on in the chambers. So that's a way to do it successfully as well. But to Councilor Napolitano's point, thank you for your service, and thanks to all of our veterans, and thanks to Jeannie Cristiano for organizing what she's doing for our veterans as well, where they're receiving meals in celebration, thanking them for their service.
Thank you. I have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Motion to adjourn. I have a second. Roll call. I'm sorry, by law, we have to do roll call, so I apologize.
Roll call, Madam President, also too, just before I do it again, I want to just echo the comments of Council Martins on Council Napolitano as a veteran, and thank him for his service.
Absolutely. All the veterans and Council Napolitano, one of our own.
Adjourn, Councilor Adrian.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, no, I'm here. Okay.
No. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Councilor DePiero,
Yes.
Councilor Hanlon,
Yes.
Councilor Lee,
Yes.
Councilor Marchese,
Yes.
Martins,
Yes.
Councilor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilor Napolitano,
Yes.
and President DeFlorio.
Yes, you have adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.